Chapter 704. Today. A pitiful scream rang out as Niet Song staggered back, blood bursting from his wound like a fountain. The onlookers also exclaimed, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Yang Kai's punch, although filled with murderous intent, was only a warning, not a killing blow. Niet Song's wrist being cut off was directly caused by the young man's attack. Without Yuan Chi's protection, Yang Kai's strength caused his severed wrist to explode. The seller was even more dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You dare hurt me? You deserve to die. Niet Song suddenly recovered, his hand clutching his severed wrist as he roared hysterically at Yang Kai and the young man. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at him coldly. The young man, on the other hand, coldly said, I already said, if you dare reach out your hand again, I'll cut it off. Niet Song's expression froze as he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. If you dare take one more step forward, I'll kill you. The young man coldly spat out. Niet Song's expression changed dramatically as he endured the sharp pain and roared, just you wait. Leaving behind these words, Niet Song flew up into the air, blood spraying everywhere he went. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, suppressing his desire to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, instead glancing over at his competitor. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai and the young man. Their expressions varied, some gloating, some sympathetic, some thoughtful, some wondering if these two had some kind of powerful backer and weren't afraid of Saint Realm masters. Two little brothers, you ha? The seller was speechless. He hadn't expected that just selling some herbs would cause such a big disturbance. Sorry, I was a bit agitated. The young man smiled awkwardly before glancing over at Yang Kai. Causing such a big mess, aren't you afraid? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Interesting. I find that I'm starting to like you. Yang Kai's face darkened. I'm not interested in men. The young man quickly realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I just feel that you are to my liking. How about we become friends? All right, give me the earth fire core first. The other party couldn't help but grit his teeth. After pondering for a while, he said, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid none of us will give in. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Strictly speaking, he had also noticed that his personality was somewhat similar to the other parties. When people with similar personalities encountered a dispute, it was often difficult for them to reach a consensus because everyone would act in the same direction. However, there were also times when there was a tacit understanding between them. For example, just now when they both attacked together to deal with Niet Song, or just now when they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did Yang Kai have this idea, but so did the other party. This friend is an alchemist, right? That person asked with a smile. You too. Since we're both alchemists and we're also in a dispute over herbs, why don't we compare notes? The man narrowed his eyes and softly suggested. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his face filled with confidence. Good. The other party nodded heavily and laughed. But let's agree first. Whoever wins will get the earth fire core. Before that, this thing will be kept by this beautiful girl. Saying so, he glanced at Feiyu. Feiyu giggled and covered her mouth as she said, young man, you really know how to talk. That's the truth. Feiyu smiled even more happily. After inquiring about the price of the earth fire core from the seller, Yang Kai and the other party each spent half of the crystal stones and bought the earth fire core from the seller. Feiyu solemnly received it and said, little martial nephew, although martial uncle really wants to help you. Since this is a competition between you and the other party, martial uncle will give this thing to whoever wins in the end. If you lose at that time, don't blame martial uncle as a man. He must keep his word. Yang Kai nodded. Let's find a quiet place first. There seem to be a lot of people here. The other party also agreed. The seller wore a speechless expression and said, two little brothers, you should leave Floating Clouds City quickly. Young Master Niet Song has been injured. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. If he goes back now, he will definitely bring back reinforcements. It's fine. The young man shook his head lightly and said to Yang Kai, "Let's go to your place. It's not convenient where I live." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he and Fei Yu led the way. After the three left, the seller shook his head and muttered, "Those two lunatics. What are you worried about? Since they are so fearless, they must have something to rely on. I'm afraid this time Nyetsong is going to suffer. Heh, I really want to see what's going on." The seller's companion sneered. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Nyetsong and was looking forward to these two youngsters teaching him a good lesson. These words attracted many people's agreement, and some of the bored people followed the direction of the three, waiting for the show to begin. Inside the inn, Yang Kai and Fei Yu's room. After entering, the young man looked around and nodded slightly before extending his hand to Yang Kai and introducing himself. "Zhai Yao. How should I address this friend?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai didn't hide his name and glanced at Fei Yu. "This is my martial aunt Fei Yu. You're here for the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "And you too?" "Yes, but our purpose is different from yours, so you don't have to worry about me snatching the 1,000-year demon flower from you. Perhaps we can even cooperate when the time comes." "Cooperate?" Yang Kai frowned. "How do we cooperate?" "Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe you won't be able to reach Ascending Heaven Cliff." Zhai Yao smiled faintly. "Let's deal with the matter at hand first. How do you want to compete?" Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and took out his own incense burner. This incense burner was obtained from the 3rd page of the Black Book. Yang Kai usually used it as a furnace for alchemy. As soon as he saw this incense burner, Zhai Yao couldn't help but light up. This friend is really a master. Such a small pill furnace is rare. An alchemist, when refining pills, needed to inscribe various spirit arrays into their pill furnaces to assist in the process. The larger the pill furnace, the easier it would be to inscribe spirit arrays, and vice versa. Therefore, a skilled alchemist didn't need a pill furnace that was too big. To some extent, the smaller the pill furnace used by an alchemist, the higher the level of the alchemist's skills. As he spoke, Zhai Yao also took out his own pill furnace. His pill furnace was very exquisite, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the workmanship was excellent. Obviously, it came from the hands of an artifact refining grandmaster. Moreover, the size of this pill furnace was almost the same as Yang Kai's. Compared to Yang Kai's pill furnace was a bit simple and unadorned, but anyone could see that Yang Kai's incense burner was of a higher grade than the others. Zhai Yao stared at Yang Kai's incense burner with a look of envy. His pill furnace was given to him by his master and was one of the world's most famous pill furnaces. It was the one his master used to perform alchemy when he was young, and Yang Kai had thought that there would be no pill furnace better than his in this world, but now he had discovered one. A single pill will determine victory or defeat. No matter what pill is refined, we'll only look at the grade and quality of the pill and the time it takes to refine it. Zhai Yao calmed himself down and stated the rules. "Good," Yang Kai readily agreed. "Then let's begin." Zhai Yao tilted his head, and in the next moment, his expression became serious as he quickly took out a number of herbs. At the same time, Yang Kai's hands also began to move, taking out a variety of rare herbs from the Black Book space. Whether it was the quantity or age, everything was just right. An invisible force lingered in the room as the two young men both wore meticulous expressions, circulating their yuan qi, wrapping it around their pill furnaces and beginning to inscribe spirit arrays inside. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes stared at their movements, unable to help covering her mouth as a look of admiration appeared on her face. She found that the movements of the two young men in front of her were surprisingly consistent, and the speed at which they were inscribing spirit arrays was even. In this world, there was actually someone who could compete with her little martial nephew in alchemy? Who exactly was this Zhai Yao? Fei Yu was stunned as she watched with rapt attention, holding her breath as she held her breath. In less than 10 breaths, the spirit arrays had been perfectly inscribed inside the pill furnaces. The two young men then took out their own herbs at the same time, swallowing their yuan qi. Yang Kai's yuan qi was the purest form of yuan qi, while the other's yuan qi was the same as Zhangyan's, a burning flame, both of which were very suitable for alchemy. The herbs tumbled inside the yuan qi, and the medicinal liquids were quickly condensed, the impurities being removed at a rate visible to the naked eye and evaporated. The medicinal liquids danced around the yuan qi like raindrops, and every time they floated, the medicinal liquids became purer and more condensed. The two young men's hands trembled slightly, and the condensed medicinal liquids accurately fell into each other's pill furnaces. The second herb was taken out, and the same process was repeated. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she paid close attention to this. She found that the two young men in front of her were completely immersed in alchemy, no longer responding to anything around them. The degree of seriousness they displayed was impeccable. When men were serious, they had a different kind of elegance. Fei Yu looked at this one, looked at that one, and her heart moved. She immediately understood that these two young men would have great achievements in the future, a height that no one else could reach. Time slowly passed, and the room gradually filled with the alluring scent of pills. The two young men's yuan qi wrapped around their respective pill furnaces, and they were in the final stages of alchemy. Suddenly, Zha Yao's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He reached out and slapped his pill furnace, and a round golden dan flew out and was caught in his hand. After checking the quality and grade of the dan, Zha Yao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was rushed and he was nervous, he perfectly displayed his alchemy skills. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have reached the final stage. Fei Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Yang Kai was already behind in terms of time, and if he couldn't surpass Zha Yao in terms of quality, then Yang Kai would lose without a doubt. The competition between these two young alchemists was like a stormy sea, and Fei Yu almost couldn't breathe. Chapter 705. Shortly after Zha Yao finished refining his pill, Yang Kai gently patted the alchemy furnace in front of him, causing a brown pill to fly out and fall into his hand. Amazing! Zha Yao praised sincerely. From the fragrance coming from his opponent's alchemy furnace, he could conclude that his opponent had refined a spirit-grade pill without a doubt. As for what grade it was, he would have to carefully evaluate it. The most commendable thing was that his opponent's refining speed was actually not inferior to his own. His own alchemy speed had already met his teacher's strict requirements. Ever since he could remember, he had always been by his teacher's side, learning the way of alchemy in the mountains, listening to his teacher's teachings, and guiding him step by step for nearly 20 years before he could achieve what he had today. Just who was this guy's teacher? He was actually able to teach such a disciple. Zha Yao was really interested in Yang Kai, his eyes burning as he stared at him, unwilling to admit defeat. In terms of time, you win, you're a bit better. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing too much emotion because of this little loss. Let's compare the quality of our pills again. Zha Yao smiled and opened his hand, presenting the pill he had just refined in front of Yang Kai's eyes, confidently saying, "Spirit-grade high-rank pill. Mine is also a spirit-grade high-rank pill." Yang Kai also opened his hand. Fei Yu's expression darkened when she heard this. Everyone had refined the same grade of pill, but this Zha Yao had used a little less time, so the result of this competition had already been decided. Haha, I won. Zha Yao laughed. Not necessarily. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Are you trying to cheat me? Zha Yao's expression suddenly became gloomy as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly showing signs of wanting to attack. See for yourself. Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit-grade pill he had just refined. Zha Yao caught it and looked at it suspiciously. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and his face filled with shock. He cried out in alarm, "Pill veins?" This pill was refined by Yang Kai. The round body of the pill was densely covered with countless tiny lines. These energy lines were like the meridians of a human body, flowing with extremely strong medicinal efficacies. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of the medicinal efficacies flowing through these lines. The medicinal effect of this pill had undoubtedly been refined to the extreme by Yang Kai. How is this possible? Zha Yao couldn't believe his eyes. He calmed his breathing and focused his voice for a long time. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply waited quietly. Fei Yu's face also showed a look of excitement, her previous apprehension completely swept away, replaced by a wide grin. After a while, Zha Yao took a deep breath. His straight body seemed to collapse at this moment as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. You really are amazing. Regardless of whether this pill was able to produce pill veins because of Yang Kai's luck or not, his alchemy techniques and skills were beyond doubt. If one didn't refine the medicinal effect of a pill to the extreme, even if one's luck was good, it would be impossible for something like pill veins to appear. However, once the pill formed pill veins, the value of the pill would multiply several times. Therefore, when skilled alchemists refined pills, they would pursue the birth of pill veins. Because of this, there was no doubt that the value of the materials they collected would multiply several times. But even if he was Zhai Yao's master, he also couldn't casually make the pill appear pill veins. Only when he was in his most perfect state would he be able to do this. Pills with pill veins had always been sought after by cultivator. Often at the most critical moment, they could save the life of a cultivator, allowing their safety to be strongly guaranteed. I've lost. Zhai Yao took a deep breath, calming the unwillingness in his heart, and in an instant, his face became bright again, calmly admitting defeat without the slightest resentment. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say anything. Fei Yu, on the other hand, said, "Since little brother has admitted defeat, this earth fire core will belong to my martial nephew." Good. Since he agreed to bet, he must accept his loss. This thing is his. Zhai Yao nodded. Fei Yu handed the earth fire core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and stuffed it into his black book space. "Friend, may I take the liberty to ask who your teacher is?" Di Yao asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. "I can't say." Yang Kai shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't say, it was just that he couldn't say it clearly. "I understand." Unexpectedly, Zhai Yao didn't continue to ask and instead nodded casually. These masters are unwilling to reveal their identity. Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and suddenly realized that this Di Yao must have been taught by a powerful master. It was very likely that the master behind him was a famous alchemy grandmaster in the continent. "I have a presumptuous request. Can this friend agree?" Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai sincerely. "What is it? Can you give this pill to me?" "You can take it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was quite expensive, but compared to the earth fire core, it was still slightly inferior. Moreover, this Zhai Yao also had a good temper with Yang Kai, so at this time, there was no need to care about these gains and losses. "Thank you." Zhai Yao was overjoyed and quickly put away the pill. "Martial uncle, can you pour us a cup of tea? I want to have a good talk with brother Zhai." Yang Kai looked at Fei Yu and said. It was rare to meet such a person in one's life, so Yang Kai also wanted to make friends with him. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had very few friends who could talk to him, but he did have a group of female friends. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. "I'm afraid you won't have a chance to drink tea." Fei Yu didn't move, but her pretty face was gloomy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and quickly realized that trouble was coming. Outside the inn where they were, a group of people was quickly approaching them. They hadn't arrived yet, but their murderous intent was already there. "Did you really call for reinforcements?" Zhai Yao shook his head helplessly. "Little guy, I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're the one who caused this trouble, don't expect others to help you. Floating Cloud City's Vice City Lord is not someone I can afford to offend." Fei Yu said with a smile. "Don't worry, I don't intend to involve you in this," Zhai Yao said as he walked over to the window and glanced outside. After seeing the situation outside, he whistled frivolously. There really are a lot of people. Turning his head, he smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, let's talk some other time. You must go to Ascending Heaven Cliff. Refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower will be of great benefit to you. I'm looking forward to working with you." Yang Kai's expression changed, but just as he was about to inquire about this matter, the other party had already jumped out of the window. "This little guy." Fei Yu lazily leaned against the window, watching the tense situation below, shaking her head. "He seems to know some secrets that others don't." Yang Kai frowned. Zhai Yao's words before he left had made him very concerned. The main reason he had come to Floating Cloud City this time was to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower was of great help to a transcendent breaking through to the Saint Realm, but listening to Zhai Yao's words, refining this medicinal liquid would also be of benefit to him. Just refining this medicinal liquid What kind of benefit would it bring him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Standing by the window and looking out, Yang Kai saw that the streets below the inn and the surrounding houses were already overcrowded. Most of the people here had come from the trading district and knew that there would soon be a good show here, so they had all occupied a good location and were ready to watch the fun. There were also some who had gathered here after hearing the news. As for the remaining people, they were all cultivators brought here by a beautiful middle-aged woman. This beautiful middle-aged woman exuded a fierce aura, and her beautiful face was somewhat twisted. She gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Di Yao, who had suddenly appeared. Next to this beautiful woman, Niet Song, whose hand had been cut off, was stroking his severed arm and glaring at Jia Yao with hatred and resentment, clearly wishing he could kill him. Oh, this guy is quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to show himself. Seeing Jia Yao appear, a voice immediately sounded from the crowd. I said, this little brother has a strong background. He's not afraid of that slut Nye Chu Feng. What kind of background could he have? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is Floating Cloud City. I think this little brat is about to run out of luck. This little brat, of all the people he could provoke, he actually chose to provoke Nye Kong, who in Floating Cloud City doesn't know that Nye Song is that slut's biological son. Only outsiders really think they have a relationship of aunt and nephew. After cutting off his hand, do you think Nye Chu Feng will give up? Whispers constantly sounded from the crowd. Everyone seemed to be well aware of the relationship between Nye Song and Nye Chu Feng. When these whispers reached the middle-aged woman's ears, her murderous intent soared, and her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd coldly. Everyone quickly shut up, lest they bring trouble to themselves. Was it you who cut off my Tsong Er's hand? Nye Chu Feng stared at Jia Yao and asked coldly. Jia Yao nodded. Why did you do that? Nye Chu Feng grit her teeth and asked. I warned him, but he didn't listen, so what could I do? Jia Yao shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. Whoever dares destroy my herbs, I'll take their life. Your courage isn't small. Nye Chu Feng sneered. How can a trivial herb be compared to my Tsong Er's hand? Jia Yao's expression became cold. What does your Tsong Er count for? How can he compare with the herbs I want? Auntie, don't talk nonsense with him. Let me kill him. Nye Tsong roared ferociously. Nye Chu Feng stared deeply at Jia Yao and asked coldly, what about the other two? Call them out. I'll send you on your way. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. This has nothing to do with them. Jia Yao slowly shook his head. Good. Nye Chu Feng took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling as her beautiful eyes flashed coldly. How do you want to die? Tell me and I'll fulfill your wish. I don't want to die yet. Jia Yao smiled, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Nye Chu Feng slowly raised her jade-white hand, and a green yuan qi gradually condensed on her palm. In an instant, a putrid smell filled the air. Chapter 706. Nye Chu Feng was a first-order transcendent, and although such a cultivation wasn't considered very strong in Tongxian realm, she was still a first-order transcendent. Jia Yao was the same as Yang Kai, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The gap in strength between the two was quite large, so as soon as Nye Chu Feng began circulating her yuan qi, Jia Yao's expression became dignified. Not waiting for this woman to take action, Jia Yao suddenly raised his hand and sent something flying towards Nye Chu Feng. Nye Chu Feng's eyes flashed and her hand quickly caught this object, her beautiful eyes examining it for a moment before her expression changed dramatically. Golden dragon token? Nye Tsong also exclaimed. No wonder he was so rampant. It turns out this little brat has Floating Cloud City's golden dragon token. Fei Yu suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes staring at the token in Nye Chu Feng's hand, her red lips twitching slightly. His background really isn't small, Yang Kai chuckled. With Floating Cloud City's golden dragon token, one was equivalent to being an honored guest of Floating Cloud City. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the relationship between Jia Yao and Floating Cloud City's lord was, he had also heard about the tyrannical methods of the Saint Realm Master from the demon race, Aogu. After recognizing the golden dragon token, Nye Chu Feng's murderous intent and momentum instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Zhai Yao in shock as she asked, "Where did you get this golden dragon token?" She didn't seem to believe that such a young man had a relationship with Aogu from the demon race. Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders. "Senior Aogu gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself." "I'll ask." Nie Chu Feng's expression became gloomy as she waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Go and invite Vice City Lord Zhou Liang over." "Yes." The cultivator responded and left like lightning. The scene suddenly became deadlocked. The onlookers were also whispering to each other, feeling inexplicably surprised. Nie Chu Feng swept her eyes over Zhai Yao, a complicated look flashing across her beautiful eyes. The other party taking out the golden dragon token really made her hesitate. "Aunt, you must kill him," Niet Song roared in a low voice. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. "But he has the golden dragon token." Chu Feng slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed. "So what?" Song grit his teeth. "Don't tell me that if he has the golden dragon token, the grudge of my severed arm will be forgotten? I want him to die's dead." Nie Chu Feng's Yang heart filled with anger. Chu Feng's heart filled Chu Feng's. Ever since they young, Niet Song had grown up under her care and had never suffered any grievances. In Floating Cloud City, anyone who mentioned young Master Niet Song's name would have to treat them with respect. He had never encountered anything that did not go his way. But today, one of his hands was chopped off by someone. "Do you really want him to die?" Niet Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually flashed with a dangerous light. "He must die. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased." "Good, then Auntie will satisfy you." Nie Chu Feng's expression became cold as she immediately made up her mind. If she wanted to kill such a person, she needed to do so before Zhouliang arrived. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, it would be too late. As for who this young man was, or what his relationship with Aogu was, there was no need to consider. As long as Zhouliang could put in a few good words with Aogu, this matter could be settled. After all, this young man was just a guest of Aogu's. Aogu didn't want to lose face with Zhouliang for such a person, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai decided. Nie Chu Feng no longer hesitated, her green yuan qi once again gushing out from her tender body before anyone could react. It suddenly transformed into a viper midair and rushed towards Zhai Yao. Di Yao's complexion changed as a scorching hot true essence gushed out from his body, and a raging inferno surrounded him in layers of flames. The viper opened its fangs, broke through the blockade of flames, and bit towards Zhai Yao. From the viper's mouth, a foul stench burst forth, corroding Zhai Yao's yuan qi flames. In an instant, Zhai Yao's yuan qi defenses were broken through, and the viper closed in on him. Zhai Yao's pupils shrank as his figure flashed, dodging this fatal blow. Before he could stabilize his footing, dark green vipers suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked him from all directions, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Zhai Yao's panicked expression suddenly calmed down, and like a ghost, he pushed his movement skill to the extreme. At this moment, countless figures of him appeared all around him. The crowd let out a series of exclamations, none of them having expected this young man to be able to remain unscathed under Nie Chu Feng's attack. Before everyone could recover from their shock, somewhere on the third floor of the inn, an earth-shattering fluctuation suddenly erupted as a powerful shockwave tore through the sky. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in front of everyone's eyes. These ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power, and all of the dark green poisonous snakes that were affected quickly withered away, turning back into dark green true qi that was incinerated. A dazzling light, like the sharpest knife, sputtered out in all directions. As if the sun and moon had exploded, the green yuan qi was torn apart and purified, the scene suddenly becoming clear and bright. After everyone returned to their senses, they found that there was another young man in front of Zhai Yao, the same one who had competed with him for the Earth Fire Core in the trading zone. "Brother Yang." Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai's back and couldn't help grinning, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. That momentary burst of power just now made him realize just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was. Originally, he thought it was impossible for an alchemist like him to be proficient in combat, but never had he expected his opponent's combat strength to be even more terrifying than his own. Jia Yao's alchemy skills weren't as good as his opponent's, and his combat strength wasn't as good either. Yang Kai frowned helplessly. If possible, he didn't want to provoke trouble, but from the way Nye Chu Feng and Nye Song acted, even if he didn't show up, they would sooner or later target him. It could be said that when he competed with Nye Song for the Earth-Fire Core in the trading zone, this grudge was destined to be formed. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 protectors likely couldn't compete with the Saint Realm Masters of Floating Cloud City, so Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Jia Yao. This little brat was acting mysteriously, so he definitely had something he could rely on. Perhaps he could solve this problem. After realizing this, Yang Kai decisively took action. Fei Yu also floated down from the window and stood in front of the 2 young men with a smile, gritting her teeth as she said, "Little brat, you seem to have encountered some trouble." Jia Yao curled his lips disdainfully. "She can't kill me." "Oh? You're still young, but your tone isn't small, just like my little bastard martial nephew." Fei Yu giggled. "Auntie, these 2 are his companions." After seeing Yang Kai, Nye Song quickly shouted angrily, pointing towards Yang Kai and Fei Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. In fact, when they were in the trading zone, he had only punched Nye Song once and hadn't hurt him. However, the other party holding such a grudge made him feel quite helpless. "Don't worry, Auntie will avenge you." Nye Chu Feng's pretty face was cold as she suddenly waved her hand. "Kill them all." With this order, the cultivators she had brought with her all released their Yuan Qi and rushed towards Fei Yu and the others. Fei Yu simply smiled, facing the dozen or so cultivator rushing towards her without the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a strange yet gentle power flowed out from her tender body and a thick layer of mist suddenly filled the air around her. This mist quickly condensed into water droplets and under Fei Yu's control, transformed into a series of powerful attacks that flew towards the dozen or so cultivator. A third-order transcendent? Nye Chu Feng's pretty face changed. As soon as Fei Yu took action, Nye Chu Feng realized the huge gap between her and her opponent and immediately realized that this time she wouldn't be able to avenge Nye Kong. Among the people she had brought with her, the strongest was only a second-order transcendent, while 2 others were first-order transcendent, while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. In front of a third-order transcendent master, this kind of heritage was really not enough. Her expression becoming extremely gloomy, Nye Chu Feng's heart filled with anger. For many years, no one in Floating Cloud City had dared to disobey her. Because of Zhou Liang's protection, even third-order transcendent masters had to treat her with respect. But now, the situation had taken a sharp turn. This group of detestable outsiders actually dared to make a move on the Tai Sui's head. They were truly tired of living. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Shtou. Asterisk the water droplets transformed into a series of powerful attacks that swept through the surrounding cultivators, causing them to scream and fall to the ground one after another. Only the 3 transcendents were lucky enough to escape. Fei Yu didn't kill them. After all, this was someone else's territory. She simply wanted to teach them a lesson so they would retreat. After witnessing Fei Yu's methods, the 3 transcendents who had managed to escape wore ugly expressions as they stared towards Fei Yu, their eyes filled with dread. "Do you still want to continue?" Fei Yu smiled sweetly, calmly asking, "Next time I won't be so gentle." "Annie," Nye Song shouted. Nye Chu Feng's expression also fluctuated, not knowing what to do when an angry shout suddenly rang out, "All of you stop." As soon as this voice reached everyone's ears, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was so strong that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Immediately, a figure quickly approached from the distance and landed in the middle of the field. Nye Chu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly squeezed out a smile, as if she had seen her savior, Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang glanced over at her faintly before immediately shifting his gaze to Jia Yao, who was being protected by Fei Yu and Yang Kai, and quickly walked over to him, his expression gloomy. Fei Yu's and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as their auras pulsed like snakes, flickering in and out. Nye Chu Feng was excited, thinking that Zhou Liang was going to help her vent her anger, so she gently patted Nye Song's head, motioning him to calm down. Nye Song laughed sinisterly and widened his eyes. He wanted to see how these people who provoked him would die. Zhou Liang loved Nie Chu Feng dearly, so when a beauty asked for something, Zhou Liang would always comply. This time was no exception. Nie Tsong was full of confidence, a vicious and gloating grin appearing on his face. Chapter 707. Looking at the gloomy Zhou Liang who was rapidly approaching him, Yang Kai's aura seemed to be suppressed by the other party's tyrannical momentum, his hands and feet going cold, unable to move at all. The Saint Realm Master was 2 great realms lower than Yang Kai's current cultivation. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Even Fei Yu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Zhai Yao, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly whispered. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both wore shocked expressions. Zhou Liang ignored Yang Kai and Fei Yu and went straight to Zhai Yao, asking eagerly, "Has young Master Zhai been injured?" There was a hint of urgency and concern in his voice, and even a hint of worry and panic, as if he was very afraid that Zhai Yao had been injured in the battle just now. The audience was in an uproar as Nie Chu Feng's smile stiffened on her face as she stood dumbfounded in place. Nie Tsong also opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief filling his face. "I'm fine." Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. "That's good." Zhou Liang gently exhaled, his expression relaxing as a trace of fear flashed across his brow, gently saying, "Young Master Zhai must have been frightened. This Zhou Liang came late. I hope young Master Zhai won't take offense." Zhai Yao smiled lightly. "It's fine." Zhou Liang then turned to look at Yang Kai and Fei Yu, gently nodding and asking, "Are they friends of young Master Zhai?" Zhai Yao smiled. "They're new friends." Zhou Liang's expression instantly became friendly as he looked towards Yang Kai approvingly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Since they are friends of young Master Zhai, they are honored guests of my floating cloud city. You may rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Saying so, his expression became cold and gloomy, like the calm before a storm, turning around and striding towards Nie Chu Feng. Nie Chu Feng still hadn't recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene in front of her was really unacceptable. Although Zhai Yao had taken out Ao Gu's golden dragon token before, that only meant that he was Ao Gu's guest. Why was Zhou Liang so polite to him, even deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Could it be that there was a power behind this young man that even Zhou Liang feared? When he came back to his senses, Zhou Liang was already standing in front of her. "Uncle Zhou." He could feel Zhou Liang's anger and annoyance. Nie Tsong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Pa!" A resounding slap rang out, and Nie Tsong was sent flying like a rag sack. He tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground and fainting. "Zhou Liang, what are you doing?" Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually regained their clarity. Seeing that Nie Tsong had been knocked unconscious, he immediately roared, "Pa!" With another crisp slap. Nie Chu Feng's pretty face was stained with a series of 5 finger marks as red blood flowed from her thin lips. Covering her cheek with her hand, Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes trembled. Staring in horror at the man in front of her who had always loved her so much, she suddenly felt like he was a complete stranger. The indifference on Zhou Liang's face made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, causing her heart to freeze. "Cheap slut. Do you know what you've done?" Zhou Liang asked coldly. Nie Chu Feng shook her head blankly. "Foolish woman." Zhou Liang's eyes flashed fiercely as he coldly declared, "All these years you've used my name to commit all kinds of crimes in Floating Cloud City with your vile spawn. All I did was open one eye and close the other. I let you do as you please. But today, I can no longer tolerate you." "Why?" Nie Chu Feng screamed. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." Zhou Liang said indifferently, "Go, take your vile spawn and scram as far away as you can. From now on, you'll never set foot in Floating Cloud City again. If I see you here, you know the consequences." Nie Chu Feng's beautiful face went pale as she stared at Zhou Liang in shock, seemingly not having expected him to say such heartless words. "Scram." Seeing that she didn't move, Zhou Liang shouted angrily. Feeling Zhou Liang's murderous intent, Nie Chu Feng's tender body trembled as she realized that he wasn't joking. Only now did she understand how powerful the forces behind Zhai Yao were. Nie Feng was sure that even if she had offended someone from the Aogu family, Zhou wouldn't treat her like this, but now, his heartlessness allowed Nie Feng to clearly see just how terrifying the forces behind Jia Yao were. This was a behemoth that even Zhou had to act in accordance with. After understanding this, Nie Feng immediately burst into tears and begged, Zhou, don't be so cruel. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to him. I promise I'll never provoke him again. Nie Feng was just a first-order transcendent who belonged to no sect. She had relied on her beauty and body to win Zhou Yang's favor, allowing her to live freely in Floating Cloud City. Without Zhou Yang, with her strength and capital, she would never have been able to achieve this. Over the years, Nie Feng had offended many people in Floating Cloud City. Once she left Zhou Yang's protection, she was well aware of what fate awaited her. In front of everyone's eyes, Nie Feng knelt on the ground, hugged Zhou Yang's thigh, and begged loudly. Not only did the onlookers not feel pity for this beautiful woman, most of them even showed a look of satisfaction. This beautiful woman was obviously not popular in Floating Cloud City and had done many bad things. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, remained indifferent and just stared down at her indifferently. Nie Feng gradually despaired, knowing that the other party would not change his mind. Calming down, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear and slowly got up. Zhou Liang, if you drive me away, I won't complain, but out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree. If you do, I'll leave right now. Looking at the other party's beautiful face, Zhou Liang's brow twitched, as if remembering the good times of the past. Sighing slightly, speak. I can fulfill your last wish. Nie Feng smiled reluctantly and whispered, last night, I heard you say that a very powerful alchemist had come to the city lord's mansion. Can I ask him to help me refine a pill to reconnect Song's severed arm? Since you said he was very powerful with his methods, he should be able to refine such a pill, right? He can, Zhou Liang nodded. Then, Nie Feng smiled happily. But I can't satisfy your request. Why? Nie Feng suddenly became hysterical. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really want to be so heartless? It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too stupid. Zhou Liang leaned over and whispered in Nie Feng's ear. The young man you offended is the only disciple of that alchemist grandmaster. That alchemist grandmaster is an existence that Aogu, Jin Jiao, and I don't dare to provoke. Nie Feng's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. Scram, Zhou Liang waved his hand. I hope you won't be so short-sighted in the future. Nie Feng's face filled with grief and indignation as she bit her thin lip, causing blood to seep out. Immediately bending down, she picked up the unconscious Nie Tsong on the ground and shot a vicious glare towards Zhou Liang and Jia Yao before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Among the crowd, many people immediately retreated with gloomy expressions and followed behind Nie Feng. Resentment must be repaid. Hatred must be avenged. It was time to settle accounts with this poisonous woman. Zhou Liang witnessed all this, but did not stop it. That woman is dead, Yang Kai muttered softly. Serves her right. Fei Yu spat disdainfully. She despised this kind of woman who sold her body and fawned over the powerful without any self-awareness. Zhou Liang walked over and looked at Yang Kai and Fei Yu kindly. Since the two of you are young Master Zhai's friends, why don't you stay in the city lord's mansion for a few days? There should still be some time before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms. Jia Yao also glanced over at Yang Kai with some expectation, seemingly hoping he would go to the city lord's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. I have a few martial uncles and martial uncles outside. We'll have to wait here for them to return, so we won't bother you. If that's the case, then this old master won't force you. If the two of you have time, you can come to the city lord's mansion at any time. Zhou Liang smiled slightly before turning to Jia Yao and saying, Young Master Zhai, let's go back first. Jia Yao nodded and nodded to Yang Kai before quickly leaving with Zhou Liang. The surrounding area was completely silent. The people who were watching the fun seemed to have not yet recovered from the incident just now, everyone's faces filled with disbelief. For the sake of an unknown young man, Zhou Liang not only beat his beloved mistress, but also drove her out of Floating Cloud City, It was really cold and heartless to the extreme. Moreover, just because Yang Kai and Fei Yu had some relationship with that young man, they were able to receive such a warm invitation from Zhou Yang. That young man's background was a bit too big, wasn't it? After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some busybodies wanted to inquire about Zha Yao from Yang Kai, but Yang Kai and Fei Yu didn't give them a chance and had already hidden inside the inn. They were also a little shocked. Although he felt that Zha Yao had some kind of background, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the other party's background. Along with Fei Yu, both Yang Kai and Yang Kai couldn't figure it out and could only give up. After Zha Yao returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to see his teacher. In a quiet room, Zha Yao's teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Zha Yao gently walked in and waited for a long time before the old man slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher, I lost again," Zha Yao said softly. "You lost again?" The old man was surprised. "Teacher, please take a look at this spirit pill." Zha Yao respectfully handed over the spirit pill refined by Yang Kai. The old man took it and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Pill veins?" Releasing his divine sense, his expression changed and he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. After a long time, he handed the spirit pill back to Zha Yao and pondered for a moment before asking, "This is the spirit pill refined by your opponent? And what kind of person is he?" "About the same age as me," Zha Yao quickly described Yang Kai's appearance. The old man listened quietly, stroking his beard. After listening, he said, "This young man is quite amazing." "What do you mean?" "His alchemy technique is a bit clumsy. It seems that he hasn't been strictly taught. In other words, unlike you, he doesn't have his own teacher." "Really?" Zha Yao exclaimed. Chapter 708. Without the guidance of a teacher, he could have such amazing alchemy skills. If he had been taught by this old man for more than 10 years, how much would he have grown? "If it were up to me, he should have learned from some ancient books and notes left behind by his predecessors," the old man casually speculated, but it was infinitely close to the truth. "Master, I'm very depressed." Zha Yao seemed to have lost his spirit. "Haha, you don't have to be like this," the old man smiled gently. "In this world, there are always one or two people with great aptitude. He belongs to this kind of people. Although no one taught him, he has his own understanding of spirit arrays and yuan qi, as well as the allocation of herbs. He is a very good seedling." Di Yao heaved a heavy sigh. "Teacher, it's only been a little more than a year since I came out of the wasteland, and I've already lost to 2 different people. It's only natural that I lost the last time. After all, my opponent's physique is different. But this time, I've really lost in confusion. He was originally full of confidence, but at the last moment, Yang Kai actually refined pill veins, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. Now you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you," the old man said in a deep voice. Zha Yao nodded heavily. "Rest assured, master, from now on, this disciple will study alchemy diligently and will not disappoint master's expectations." The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. There was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. There was something he did not say to his disciple. From the spirit pills Zha Yao brought back this time, the old man saw some familiar traces, which were traces of spirit arrays drawn by alchemists during the process of refining spirit pills. These traces seemed to be similar to the technique used by the little girl who defeated Zha Yao a year ago. Was there any relationship between the two? The old man pondered, his heart filled with curiosity about Yang Kai, and he could not help but want to meet him. 2 days later, the Zhangyan elders finally returned. When Yang Kai saw them again, he was surprised to find that the expressions of his martial uncles were not very good. He took a sip of tea and rested for a while. Ramaru sighed heavily. "It seems that we underestimated the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to transcendence. The matter this time is a little difficult to handle." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "There are too many people. Right now, there are at least 100 transcendents gathered on that mountain, all of them waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. When that day comes, this number will likely triple." Zhangyan sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression changed. More than 300 transcendents, even if only 10% of them were third-order transcendents, that was still more than 30. Although Tsang Yin and the others were not weak, his cultivation was definitely not low, but in this environment, wanting to escort Yang Kai to ascending Heaven Cliff and monopolize the thousand-year demon flower would be extremely difficult. If things didn't go well, the result would be complete annihilation. A talent like Yang Kai was rare, so Tsang Yin and the others had no choice but to consider whether or not they should take this risk. If they couldn't afford the consequences, it would be best to leave Floating Cloud City now. Can we find someone to cooperate with? Yang Kai's expression changed as he proposed. Cooperate with who? Tsang Yin slowly shook his head. Everyone is eyeing the thousand-year demon flower, so it's unrealistic to find anyone to cooperate with. If we cooperate, it means we'll have to divide the thousand-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. There are 4 of us here, and no one knows how much medicinal liquid the thousand-year demon flower can condense. If there isn't enough to divide, we'll have to fight for it. There will be disputes. If there is someone who doesn't want the thousand-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, we can cooperate with them, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. How could there be such a person? There is. You mean that little brat? Fei Yu asked thoughtfully. She understood who Yang Kai was talking about. Yang Kai nodded. Which little brat? What's the situation? Rimaru suddenly asked. While we were away, did you not stay in the inn? That's a small matter. Fei Yu quickly changed the subject. We really did meet a very interesting little guy. Tell us about it, Tsang Yin said with great interest. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened after he met Zhai Yao. The several martial uncles and martial seniors were all amazed. Being able to make Zhou Liang, a Saint Realm master, treat him so politely, even going as far as to expel his mistress, this Zhai Yao's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, this boy was not Zhou Liang's guest, but rather the guest of Ao Gu, the master of the demon race. As a human, Zhou Liang had actually stood up for him. This was all the more intriguing. Although they had never met, after listening to Yang Kai's description, everyone seemed to see a huge and heavy shadow lurking behind Zhai Yao. Can you trust him? Tsang Yin asked solemnly. I believe him, Yang Kai nodded. To be honest, I also believe him. This little guy isn't bad, Fei Yu smiled. Since all of you say so, then we can trust him, Tsang Yin nodded. The other party also wants to cooperate with you, right? That's what he said. It seems that the other party isn't confident he can climb ascending Heaven Cliff under the watchful eyes of so many masters. Since that's the case, we might as well find him and have a good talk, each taking what they need. Tsang Yin's eyes narrowed. However, if he isn't after the thousand-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, what is he after? This point needs to be investigated clearly. It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it's important to be on guard against others. Then should I go to the city lord's mansion and talk to him? Yang Kai asked. He was also very concerned about some of the words Zhai Yao had said before. This guy seemed to know some secrets that others didn't know, but he didn't know where he had heard them. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of power was behind Zhai Yao. Zhou Liang couldn't be so polite to a young man for no reason. So the only explanation was that there was someone behind Zhai Yao, and Zhou Liang was trying to curry favor with that person. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, then this person was Zhou Liang's master, and at this moment, he should also be a guest in the city lord's mansion. This person was definitely a top alchemy grandmaster, and being able to talk to such a character would also be beneficial to Yang Kai. With the permission of his martial uncles, Yang Kai and Fei Yu left the inn and walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after they walked out, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was Du Wan, and the young girl was naturally Mina. Mina ran over and said a few words to Fei Yu before her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Who is this little gigolo?" Yang Kai's face went black. "What do you think?" Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, pointing a finger at him as she said, "You? How did you?" Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands and said, "Right? It was old man Du who gave you that thing. I almost forgot." Saying so, she reached out her hand and pinched Yang Kai's cheeks, marveling at him. Old man Du and Fei Yu simply stood to the side with smiles on their faces, not intending to stop her. "You bastard," You just arrived in Floating Cloud City and you already made such a big fuss. You really don't know your place. Mina giggled as she played with Yang Kai's white cheeks, her face filled with excitement. Did you hear? Feiyu looked at Mina and asked. The entire Floating Cloud City knows. Mina nodded slightly and continued to pinch Yang Kai, as if she had found a new toy. Yang Kai became angry and gloomily said, "If you keep pinching me, I'll fight back. Little girl, don't push your luck." Saying so, he stared meaningfully at her full and straight breasts, his eyes filled with lust and wickedness. Mina immediately retreated, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gritted her teeth and said, "Rogue. Old Mandu, where are you going?" Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this crazy girl, and instead turned to Du Wan and asked, "There is an alchemy competition in the square over there, hosted by the Alchemist Guild. This old man is taking Mina there to participate. It's a rare opportunity for her to come out, so naturally I want her to broaden her horizons." Du Wan explained before suddenly asking, "Does little friend Young want to participate?" Although the registration period has already passed, with this old man's recommendation, there should be no problem in participating. Come on, we're all young people here. If you go, you'll be able to earn some glory for our Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild," Mina said eagerly. Yang Kai pinched his nose and grinned. "Old Mandu, did you make a special detour to come here?" Du Wan chuckled. "Did little friend Young see through us?" It didn't make sense for Du Wan and the others to happen to come this way. When he and Feiyu were shopping around the trading district that day, Yang Kai had also heard about the alchemy competition and knew that the venue was not in this direction. After all, because of the 1,000-year demon flower incident, countless alchemists had gathered in Floating Cloud City. This was a rare sight, so the Alchemist Guild naturally wanted to do something in this regard and test the level of this generation's alchemists. This would also provide a platform for everyone to communicate and compete. Actually, this old man made a bet with a few old friends to see whose younger generation is the best. They are all leaders of different alchemist guilds in different cities. The wager is anything they have in their universe bags. These old men's backgrounds are quite rich, Du Wan said with a look of enticement. Mina followed up, "If we can win in the end, the Alchemist Guild will give us a huge reward, all of which will be rare herbs and even a top-grade pill furnace." Saying so, she shook Yang Kai's arm and begged, "Big brother Yang Kai, please go. This one really wants that pill furnace. That's a saint-grade pill furnace." Yang Kai immediately got goosebumps and shuddered, helplessly saying, "Since old Mandu has said so, how can I refuse? Stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy." "You agree? Great." Mina suddenly became excited. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, If we can win in the end, I hope to be able to choose the herbs I need from the wager and rewards. I don't want that pill furnace." "That's not a problem." Mina nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Don't be so excited. There are many powerful alchemists in this world. We may not necessarily be the ones to have the last laugh. You can definitely win. This is a competition between the younger generation of alchemists. No one can be better than you." Mina had absolute confidence in Yang Kai. Chapter 709. Going to the City Lord's mansion to find Zhai Yao to discuss the matter of the 1,000-year demon flower was temporarily put aside. In any case, there was no need to rush. The reason why Yang Kai agreed to Old Mandu's request was because Old Mandu had taken good care of him. In Grand Boulder City, if it weren't for Old Mandu opening the door for him, his life would not have been so smooth. In the end, it was also because of Old Mandu that the Tsangyan had found him. Secondly, Yang Kai was indeed tempted by benefits. He had now collected a lot of herbs for refining Saint Pills. Even the Earth Fire Core had been collected 2 days ago, but there were still a few rare materials left. Old Mandu's friends might not necessarily have them, but perhaps they had some connections, so Yang Kai decided to make some inquiries. As long as he collected the remaining herbs and improved his alchemy skills, Yang Kai would be able to return to the Snow Mountain Range and bring the ancient demon clan back. In this world, Yang Kai urgently needed to have his own team and strength. In the northwest corner of Floating Cloud City, a huge martial ground was packed with people. Tables were placed in the middle of the martial ground, spaced at least 300 meters apart from each other. Roughly counting, There were hundreds of tables. These were all prepared for the alchemists who were about to participate in the competition. Outside the martial ground, countless cultivator and alchemist were waiting quietly. At the front of the martial ground, on a high platform, a number of white-haired old men were busily working. Yang Kai's state of mind was calm and he didn't feel much tension, but Mina, after seeing such a magnificent scene, couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, like a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly entering a magnificent city. Everything seemed so fresh and new to her. "Brother Yang," a voice suddenly called out from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that Zhai Yao was also here. Behind him were two transcendent realm black-armored cultivator. It seemed that after the events of the past few days, the city lord's mansion had arranged two bodyguards for him, taking very good care of him. "How come you're here?" Yang Kai smiled. This was really a coincidence. If he had really gone directly to the city lord's mansion, he might have missed it. It was the right choice to come here. "I'm here to watch the show." Zhai Yao smiled. "You're here to watch the show too?" "I'm here to participate," Yang Kai explained. "Are you serious?" Zhai Yao was obviously shocked. "If you participate, what hope do they have?" A young generation of alchemists. Those who were able to reach the spirit level were already considered to have good aptitude and were extremely rare, not to mention people like Yang Kai who had already reached the spirit level high rank. With this kind of capital to participate, this was clearly bullying. Just for fun. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhai Yao's eyes flashed, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. "If you want to participate, I want to participate too." "Yang Kai, who is this?" Mina's eyes flashed as she stared at Di Yao and asked. "This is the one who competed with me for the Earth Fire Core a few days ago. Zhai Yao, brother Di." Yang Kai introduced before pointing to Duwan and Mina. "This is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's old man, Duwan, and Spirit Grade Low Rank Alchemist Mina." Zhai Yao's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists respectfully. "So it is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's young master. This junior greets old man Du." "Do you know me?" Duwan smiled kindly. "I've heard Master mention you before. Master said that you are one of the few masters in the world who is likely to become a Saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Your honored master is..." Duwan's expression changed. "Sorry, Master did not allow me to say his name." Zhai Yao explained awkwardly. Duwan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "It doesn't matter. Since your honored master said so, he must be this Duwan senior. Please convey a message to your master for this Du Mao will definitely not disappoint his expectations in this lifetime. He will definitely reach Saint-grade mid-rank. This junior will definitely do so." Zhai Yao nodded firmly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Duwan sighed. "I thought that little friend Yang was the most outstanding alchemist of this world's younger generation, but after seeing little friend Di today, I realized that this old master's vision was still too short-sighted. Little friend Di is not much inferior to little friend Yang." "Old man Du, how do you know that his alchemy skills are comparable to Yang Kai's?" Mina asked curiously. "Haha, an alchemist is different from a cultivator. When you are as old as me, you will also have such vision." Duwan chuckled. Mina glanced at Zhai Yao in amazement and found that he actually had an indifferent look on his face, accepting old man Du's evaluation without any qualms. She suddenly pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, "You're not bad looking, but you're a bit arrogant." "Ah, am I?" Zhai Yao was stunned. Mina nodded and snorted. "I'd like to see if your alchemy skills are as good as Yang Kai's." "Old man Du, let him register as well. Perhaps he's just an embroidered pillow, pretty but useless." "Mina, don't be rude." Old man Du shouted. "Good. Since Brother Yang is participating, of course I will also participate." Zhai Yao said with a happy expression, "Senior Du, I will participate as a member of your Alchemist Association." Duan heard this and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. "It looks like my old friends are going to bleed a lot." Originally, with the participation of Yang Kai, victory was already in his grasp, but now with the addition of Zhai Yao, the others simply had no chance of winning. "I hope they won't suffer too much," old man Du secretly thought to himself. With Zhai Yao wanting to join in the fun, Yang Kai had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Following Du Wan to the high platform and completing the registration procedures, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao each received a number plate. The two of them were different from the other alchemists, their expressions indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness or excitement, as if they really were just here to play. While they were waiting, a group of people walked over, led by several old men, followed by a group of young alchemists. Yang Kai immediately understood that these should be the old friends Old Man Du had mentioned. When they got closer, they greeted each other with smiles, and the scene was harmonious. These old fogies had been friends for many years, so naturally, their friendship was deep. But the younger generation of alchemists were staring at each other with strong hostility, creating a strange atmosphere. The old fogies were also aware of this, but not only did they not stop them, they instead constantly provoked these young people with words, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The calmness of Yang Kai and Zhai Yao attracted their attention, so they wanted to inquire Old Man Du about their background. But Old Man Du simply smiled without saying anything, causing these old men and women to feel an itch in their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of gongs, drums, and wind instruments rang out, and the scene became extremely lively, causing the crowd to quiet down. From the high platform, a dignified voice called out, "Hello, everyone. This one is Lu Fu, the head of Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild. Since you are all alchemists who have come from afar, this Lu welcomes your arrival. Regardless of your purpose in coming here, today, friends from all over the world have gathered here. Taking this opportunity, my Alchemist Guild will hold an alchemy competition here. I ask that all of you show your full ability and compete with the world's alchemists." Lu Fu spoke eloquently, including the rules of the competition, the arrangements, and the final rewards. The appearance of the Saint Grade Pill Furnace instantly caused the eyes of countless alchemists to turn red. Mina was also indescribably excited, her face filled with an expression that said she would not give up until she obtained this Saint Grade Pill Furnace. After speaking for a long time, everyone's mood was aroused. Lu Fu looked around and smiled. "Now, the competition begins. Please find your seat according to the number plate you have received." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred people rushed into the square. These were all alchemists of the younger generation, the oldest among them no more than 40 years old. All of them were mysterious grade alchemists, with only about 10% of them being spirit grade alchemists. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao glanced at each other before slowly walking towards the square. The two of them were the last to register, so their seats were naturally in the last corner, and the table they were sitting at was also newly added. If it weren't for Old Man Du coming forward, they would definitely not be eligible to participate. However, this was in line with Yang Kai's intentions. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Zhai Yao. On the table, there was a universe bag. Yang Kai picked up the universe bag and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with a lot of herbs and even a pill furnace. This pill furnace was mysterious grade mid-rank, and the grade of the herbs inside was not high, at most spirit grade. With these restrictions, most people could display a decent level of skill, making it more convenient for the final evaluation and comparison. The alchemy competition was divided into several events, the first of which was condensing medicinal liquids. Within a set time, the more medicinal liquids one could condense, the higher the grade, and the greater the advantage one would have. It could be said that everyone's starting point and capital were exactly the same, and as for the final result, it would depend on one's own means. Under Lu Fu's command, the competition officially began. Yang Kai took out all the herbs, picked up a few of them, and placed them on his palm, circulating his yuan qi to condense them. His expression relaxed. Glancing over at Zhai Yao, Yang Kai found that he was also doing the same. Alchemists with outstanding strength could multitask when condensing medicinal liquids. They didn't need to condense them blindly. Mina was in the middle of the field, her speed not slow. Compared with Yang Kai, she didn't have much confidence, but compared with the other alchemists, she was undoubtedly very good. Yuan Qi flames surged out, and the herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids. The impurities were removed in an orderly manner. "Brother D," Yang Kai called out softly as he moved, "it's about the cooperation you mentioned before. Have you considered it?" Zhai Yao whispered back, his hands not slowing down in the slightest. We can cooperate, but I want to know, if your purpose is not the medicinal liquids of the 1,000-year demon flower, then what are you going to do there? Didn't I say that condensing medicinal liquids is of great benefit to you, and it is also the same for me? Naturally, I am going to condense medicinal liquids, and of course, all the medicinal liquids I condense will be yours. Your martial uncle needs this, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, frowning as he asked, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the benefits are? It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I can't say. Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. That's what teacher told me. I just have to do as I'm told. Chapter 7:10. Zhai Yao once again mentioned his mysterious master, making Yang Kai curious. He didn't know what kind of master this mysterious master was, but he also knew that if he asked directly, he most likely wouldn't get an answer. I have 4 third-order transcendent martial uncles here who can escort me to Ascending Heaven Cliff. What about Brother Zhai? Yang Kai continued to ask. Aogu will probably give me a few transcendent realm masters. I don't know the specifics, but as long as we work together, we should have a good chance of winning. At first, the battle will be between transcendent realm masters, but once we reach Ascending Heaven Cliff, it will become a battle between alchemists. Heh, alchemists aren't that strong, so when the time comes, you and I can easily occupy the 1,000-year demon flower. Zhai Yao grinned. Good, then it's settled. When the flower blooms, we'll act together. Yang Kai nodded firmly, putting down the medicinal liquid he had just condensed and slowly raising his other hand. Zhai Yao was dumbfounded. So fast? While they were talking, Yang Kai had finished condensing all the herbs. The old men on the high platform who were supervising were also stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Before they could recover, Zhai Yao also hurriedly raised his hand, only a moment behind Yang Kai. Immediately, a saint-grade alchemist flew down from the high platform and arrived in front of Yang Kai and Di Yao. After inspecting the medicinal liquids, this alchemist announced their results with a strange look on his face. Du Wan, who was sitting on the high platform, chuckled as he stroked his beard, as if he had already expected such a scene, his expression completely calm. His heart was filled with relief. His old friends suddenly couldn't sit still, one of them a yellow-faced old man asking, Brother Du, where did you find these 2 little monsters? The speed at which they condense medicinal liquids is comparable to ours. Heh, that's a secret. Du Wan smiled and shook his head, prepare to be slaughtered. The faces of the several old men suddenly turned ugly, only now realizing that Du Wan had clearly grasped victory in his hands, and they had foolishly fallen into his opponent's trap. However, they were all old friends, so they naturally wouldn't go back on their words. The items in the Chinkuan bag would not be moved either. On the contrary, the appearance of 2 young alchemists with outstanding aptitude was something they really wanted to see. This showed that the future of this generation was still full of hope. In the first round of the competition, more than half of the several hundred people were eliminated. These people were unable to condense all the medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid or condense them within the allotted time. He had failed too many times. Mina successfully passed the second trial and was overjoyed. After the first round was over, he immediately entered the second round of the competition, inscribing spirit arrays. Using the mysterious grade mid-rank pill furnace in his universe bag, the participants were to inscribe the spirit arrays that the alchemist had mastered. There was no time limit for this round, so the more complex the spirit arrays one could inscribe, the better the results would be. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao easily won first place. The third item was the control of fire. The fourth item was the allocation of medicinal herbs. The fifth item, the sixth item. Until the very end, it was the alchemy competition. There was no time to rest, only one day. The alchemy competition was over, and in the end, only Yang Kai and Zhai Yao were left. Mina was eliminated in the fourth round, so she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But at her age, being able to persevere to this point was already very rare. After receiving a few words of praise from Old Man Du, her mood immediately brightened up, under everyone's watchful eyes. In the final round, Zhai Yao took the initiative to admit defeat and didn't compete with Yang Kai, because he knew that if they were to fight seriously, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Although the two of them were very close in terms of alchemy, there was still a slight gap. Zhao Yao also didn't want to expose his and Yang Kai's true alchemy skills in front of so many people. The previous rounds were just scattered items, so there weren't many problems. But if they were to really refine pills, it would be easy to expose some problems. The two's alchemy speed and methods were simply too unusual. The people from the Alchemist Guild were also a little shocked, none of them having expected that Zhao Yao would give up such a great opportunity, but after noticing his indifferent attitude, they all felt relieved. Brother Yang, I'll see you another day. I've been wandering around outside all day, so I'll head back first, otherwise teacher will scold me again. Zhao Yao said before walking back towards the city lord's mansion under the protection of the two transcendent realm black-armored cultivator. Lu Fu stepped onto the high platform and announced the final winner of the competition as Yang Kai, handing out the rewards promised by the Alchemist Guild on the spot. A universe bag filled with rare herbs and a saint-grade alchemy furnace. This caused countless people to feel envious. Yang Kai casually tossed the saint-grade alchemy furnace to Mina. The little girl so excited, she couldn't wait to kiss Yang Kai. Little friend Yang, this way? Duwan smiled and beckoned from a corner of the high platform. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over. Little guy, who's your teacher? Do you want to come to my 3 Chuan Cities Alchemist Guild? It's much more prosperous than Grand Boulder City and has many beautiful women. Following Duwan has no future. That old dog's neck is half buried in the ground and he's about to die. Come to us instead. As soon as he walked over, the old men around Duwan began shouting, all of them showing eager eyes as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback. The enthusiasm of these old men and women was so high that he was almost completely surrounded. You old fools, do you have any sense of shame? Duwan shouted. Do you really think this Du is dead? Actually trying to poach my disciple right in front of me? If anyone dares to say another word, this Du will fight them to the death. Duwan, save your energy. What's the point of getting so worked up about an old bag of bones? Be careful you don't sprain your back, someone laughed. You're not young either, Duwan snorted. Senior's kindness, this junior appreciates. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before bowing. However, this junior has no intention of studying alchemy for the rest of his life. I want to spy on the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Studying alchemy is only for the sake of better studying the martial Tao. Therefore, this junior will have to decline everyone's kindness. All the old men were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open. Even Duwan was stunned. You want to study the martial Tao? With such good alchemy aptitude, you want to study the martial Tao? Young man, don't you know what kind of capital you have? That's right. This is too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. If you want to protect someone, you need to have some attainments in alchemy. As long as your alchemy level rises, there is nothing in this world you can't obtain. Wealth, power, fame, status, beauty, whatever you want, you can have it. Moreover, you don't even need to do it yourself. You only need to release a message and someone will naturally take care of it for you. After becoming an alchemy grandmaster, there are many benefits. No matter where you go, you will be treated with courtesy. Even if you go to the demon land or monster race, the demon race will not attack you and will only treat you as an honored guest. A group of old men, one after the other, earnestly tried to describe the beautiful prospects of becoming an alchemist to Yang Kai in an attempt to change his mind. I just want to reach the peak of the martial Tao, Yang Kai sternly declared, his face filled with determination, his eyes not the slightest bit of confusion. Everyone was speechless. The peak of the martial Tao, this was indeed something that alchemy could not achieve. Feeling Yang Kai's sincerity and determination, everyone sighed, thinking that Yang Kai was wasting his talent too much. Duwan, when you have time, talk to this little brat. He is still young and full of vigor. I'm afraid he can't see his future clearly. The old man who had enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to Three River City whispered in Duwan's ear. Duwan nodded gently. If there is an opportunity, I will talk to him. Duwan obviously also felt that with Yang Kai's current capital, pursuing the endless martial Tao was far less promising than studying alchemy. Lightly coughing, Duwan said, let's not talk about this for the time being. Little friend Yang having his own goals is a good thing. Young people naturally have their own pursuits. Duwan was afraid that these old men's preaching would have the opposite effect, So he quickly changed the subject. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Is everyone ready? Hearing this, the faces of the several old men suddenly became ugly, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Du-Wan. You old fox! Although they said so one by one, they all took out their universe bags and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, and in an instant, 4 or 5 universe bags appeared in his hand. Heh, who asked you to be so confident? Du-Wan laughed wildly as he gestured to Yang Kai. Little friend Yang, there's no need to be polite. Just take whatever you like. In any case, the things in their universe bags were not earned by them. Then, Junior won't be polite. Yang Kai also grinned, releasing his divine sense and carefully inspecting the universe bags in his hand under the watchful gazes of these old men. After inspecting the first universe bag, Yang Kai's complexion changed. As expected of a Saint-grade alchemist's universe bag, everything inside was of high quality. At the very least, they were all spirit-grade low rank. Pills, herbs, secret arts, artifacts, everything one could think of. There was no lack of Saint-grade existences. There were also some strange materials, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. Regardless of which one it was, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai was dazzled by the variety of items, and after confirming that this universe bag did not contain the herbs he urgently needed, he found it difficult to choose. Young man, hurry up and choose. This old master is a little nervous. If you take so long, I won't be able to hold on any longer. The owner of this universe bag couldn't help urging with a bitter expression. Old man I can only take one thing, right? Yang Kai glanced at Du-Wan awkwardly. That's what my bet with these old friends of mine said. Du-Wan nodded gently before suddenly smiling slyly. But my old friends are all very generous people, especially those with promising prospects, so I think it won't matter if you take a few more things. Isn't that right, Brother Chong? Saying so, he turned to the owner of this universe bag with a smile. Chapter 7:11. That's right. The old man surnamed Chang's face turned blue, but he still smiled and nodded. After being ridiculed by Du-Wan in front of a junior, he couldn't deny it, so he gritted his teeth and said, This Chong is very generous. As he spoke, his face twitched, as if he couldn't wait to beat Du-Wan up. Then I'll take these 2. Yang Kai immediately took out 2 herbs from his universe bag. The old man surnamed Chong glanced at them, and his expression suddenly relaxed as he snatched the universe bag back from Yang Kai and said generously, Take it, take it. Looking at him like this, it was obvious that the things he cared about most had not been taken away by Yang Kai, so he relaxed a lot. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so vicious. This time, he had already gained a great deal, so he was very satisfied with taking out 2 Saint-grade materials from this universe bag. With these 2 Saint-grade herbs as catalysts, Yang Kai could refine 2 Saint pills. After dealing with the first universe bag, Yang Kai checked the second one. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. From this universe bag, Yang Kai found a material he urgently needed, congealing dew grass. In the list Li Rong had given him, dew congealing grass was a must-have. The environment in which it grew was extremely harsh, and although it could be found anywhere in the continent, because of the harsh conditions, it was very rare for it to grow. The congealing dew grass in this universe bag, whether it was its shape or age, had already reached the limit, so it was obviously a top-grade herb. Yang Kai accepted it without any trace of politeness before casually taking out another Saint-grade herb from this universe bag. The third and fourth Cosmos bags did not yield much. Similarly, he only obtained 2 medicinal herbs. When it came to the last universe bag, Yang Kai carefully examined it. After a short while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He found that this universe bag didn't have the materials he wanted and was about to casually take out 2. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared blankly at something inside the universe bag. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, These 2. As he spoke, he took out 2 items. Everyone looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression, because the 2 things Yang Kai took out this time were Saint-grade herbs, not much different from the previous ones. However, the other item was a pitch-black round stone. What is this? Du-Wan glanced over and asked curiously. The other elders also looked at it and shook their heads in confusion. No one recognized what this pitch-black round stone was. The owner of the chinkoan bag kept shaking his head. Don't look at me. I don't know either. I just felt that this stone was very strange, so I kept it in my chinkoan bag. It had been there for decades, but no one had been able to figure out what it was for. Little friend, do you know? As he asked, he looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. I don't know either. I just thought it was a little strange, so I found it. Oh, then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I haven't figured out what it's made of in the past few decades. The owner of the chinkoan bag said generously. Many thanks, seniors. Yang Kai chuckled and put the pitch-black round stone into his black book space. Since the bet had been completed, Yang Kai took his leave. Then, he jumped off the high platform. The other old fogies still wanted to persuade him, but since they couldn't open their mouths, they could only let him leave. Do one. He must not be allowed to go astray. He must achieve something in alchemy. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. I don't want him to be ruined. Yes, do one. After you go back, you have to persuade him. If you can't do it, I'll bring him to Three River City. This old man will do his best. Du-Wan smiled bitterly, also somewhat unable to understand why Yang Kai was so obsessed with the martial Tao. In this world, 80% of people cultivated and could be called cultivators. Alchemists, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Out of 10,000 cultivators, there might not even be one alchemist, and those with aptitude in alchemy were even rarer. An alchemist with excellent aptitude and skill would be respected wherever they went. It was impossible for this little brat not to see the gap between a cultivator and an alchemist. After returning from the square with Feiyu, Yang Kai immediately reported the results of his discussion with Zhai Yao to the Zhangyan elders. Listening to this, the Zhangyan elders nodded slightly. If that's the case, our chances of winning are undoubtedly much higher. Since that little brat is Aogu's honored guest, Aogu will not treat him lightly. When the time comes, the bodyguard assigned to him will at least be a third-order transcendent. This is just a conservative estimate. Martial uncle, how long until the 1,000-year demon flower blooms? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but according to ancient records, before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms, there will be a strange phenomenon. We will know when the time comes. Right now, there are many people stationed on that mountain peak, waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. There are even some people waiting on ascending Heaven Cliff, but the closer we get to the target, the more dangerous it will be, so we don't need to worry. Ramara chuckled, little martial nephew, you should rest well for now. When the time comes, we'll take you there. Yang Kai nodded. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began cultivating while taking out 2 pitch-black round stones from his black book space. Hey, aren't these the stones you obtained from that predecessor's cave mansion last time? Feiyu called out in surprise. How come there are 2 more? I just found them in the universe bag of a senior alchemist. Yang Kai explained. It was precisely because the 2 stones were made of the same material and size that Yang Kai chose the pitch-black round stone. Martial uncle, what are these for? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Feiyu shook her head. Strange. Yang Kai was puzzled. That senior alchemist also couldn't recognize what these stones were made of, or what they were used for. Yang Kai had heard from that senior alchemist that he had obtained these stones several dozen years ago, yet he hadn't been able to unearth any of their secrets. Yang Kai instinctively felt that these 2 pitch-black round stones were not simple. Circulating his yuan qi to roast them and releasing his divine sense to probe them, Yang Kai found nothing. After struggling for a long time, Yang Kai gave up and put them away again. Over the next few days, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in the inn, maintaining his best condition at all times, waiting to deal with the upcoming battle. His several martial uncles were also preparing closely. One morning, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world energy around him was somewhat strange. It was as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. It was converging in a certain direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, this situation suddenly became fierce. Even inside the room, a strong wind blew around him, causing the windows and doors to creak. Feiyu also quickly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she walked over to the window and looked into the distance. With great excitement, she shouted, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom." Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. From the room next door, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Obviously, the Tsangyan people had set out. Yang Kai and Feiyu glanced at each other and, without hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, all of Floating Cloud City boiled up as countless cultivators flooded the streets from all directions and stared towards the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. "The 1,000-year demon flower is moving," someone shouted. His words made everyone excited. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared towards the mountain peak, only to see a 5-colored glow appear on the horizon, illuminating the area. The world energy was madly rushing towards the mountain peak, causing all of Floating Cloud City to fall into chaos. "Go!" the Tsangyan shouted, wrapped in a rainbow light, flying towards the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless people were rushing towards the mountain peak. Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult this competition would be. There were many transcendent realm masters here, so he had no choice. Although there were very few third-order masters, the number of people here far exceeded the Tsangyan's estimate. The number of transcendents who had rushed out of Floating Cloud City alone numbered between 300 and 400, not to mention the opponents who had been guarding the mountain peak. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 500 transcendents participating in this competition. This terrifying number caused Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Aogu, Zhouliang, and Jin Jiao stood high up, staring at the mountain peak with dignified expressions. Grandmaster seems to have also gone over. Jin Jiao looked at the several figures rushing out of the City Lord's mansion and suddenly said, "HM? Isn't Grandmaster a Saint Realm Master? If he goes over, the 1,000-year demon flower won't be able to bloom again." Zhouliang was surprised. "You don't have to worry about that. Grandmaster seems to have taken some kind of pill to temporarily suppress his cultivation," Aogu said lightly. "After all, when the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed last time, it was he who condensed the medicinal liquid, so he knows more about this than anyone else." Hearing this, both Zhouliang and Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was also the first time they had met Grandmaster, they had already obtained unimaginable benefits from him. Just a single saint pill refined by Grandmaster had allowed their physical bodies and souls to grow rapidly. Although the cultivation of the three of them hadn't increased by much compared to that day, any one of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Grandmaster coming to Floating Cloud City was a good thing they had never imagined. In order to repay Grandmaster's kindness, Aogu and the other two spared no effort this time, dispatching the City Lord's mansion's most trusted subordinates to protect his disciples' safety. The human, monster, and demon clans had a total of 6 transcendents, 2 of whom were third-order transcendents and 4 second-order transcendents. Aogu and the others were originally preparing to snatch the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower for themselves. Although the 3 of them didn't need it, their friends and family still needed it. But since Grandmaster had come, they were too embarrassed to continue fighting for it. The transcendent realm masters of Floating Cloud City flew like the wind, scrambling to be the first to arrive at the mountain peak. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a battle had already broken out. No one was willing to let others get ahead of them. They were all enemies, and those who could not hold themselves back would naturally want to make the first move to gain the upper hand. A small conflict would trigger a small-scale battle, which would then expand and affect others. More and more powerful cultivators would join the fray. Chapter 7:12. Yang Kai, under the protection of Tsangyan and the others, rushed through the chaotic battlefield with ease. A team of 4 third-order transcendents was quite a powerful force, and the surrounding people seemed to realize that Tsangyan and the others were not to be trifled with, so naturally they wouldn't provoke them for no reason. Screams rang out one after another. In such a large-scale melee, there were naturally people who were injured or killed, blood and broken limbs flying everywhere. The several dozen kilometer distance was covered in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. Some people had already arrived at the foot of the mountain ahead of them. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw these people rushing towards ascending heaven cliff. Song Yin turned his head and quickly asked, "Little martial nephew, is the person who said he would cooperate with you here?" "He hasn't arrived yet." Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found Zhai Yao's figure yet. "Should we go up?" Rimaru asked impatiently. "Wait a moment." Song Yin frowned. If little martial nephew's inference is not wrong, that little brat must know some secrets that others don't. If we act together with him, we'll be able to seize the initiative. Those who rushed to the top of the mountain first would not necessarily have the last laugh. The mountain was filled with hidden dangers, so whether they could successfully reach ascending heaven cliff was still unknown. Standing in place and waiting quietly, from time to time a group of masters would rush past them, all of them excitedly pouring into the mountain forest. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Zhai Yao's voice suddenly called out, "Brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, carefully examining the lineup he had brought with him, his eyes flashing brightly. He found that he had somewhat underestimated Zhai Yao's ability. He had actually brought 7 people with him. 6 of them were masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, all of them second or third order transcendents. There was also one whose cultivation Yang Kai couldn't see through. This person's head and face were covered by a cloak, seemingly unwilling to show his true face. However, judging from his exposed skin, this person was an old man. As he watched, Yang Kai's expression changed. He vaguely guessed something, but he didn't point it out. The Tsangyan group and the experts from the city lord's office looked at each other and were quite satisfied with each other's cultivation. They felt that the other party would not drag them down and immediately looked happy. "Everyone, this is a very important matter. I hope that everyone can sincerely cooperate with each other. Don't be unhappy in the end. I get along very well with Brother Yang," Zhai Yao said with a smile. The 6 experts he brought nodded in unison. "Rest assured, young Master Zhai." Song Yin also said, "Little brother, you're too kind. But for the sake of caution, I'll take the liberty to confirm that you really don't need the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "Yes, I have already explained this to Brother Yang." Zhai Yao nodded. "Good, then there's no problem." Song Yin seemed satisfied. "Since that's the case, let's go up." "There's no rush." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "Wait a little longer. Now is not the time." "Wait a little longer?" Song Yin frowned. Although he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, the heavenly manifestation had already appeared and the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom. With so many people rushing up, if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. It's still early. This is just the precursor of the heavenly manifestation. When the real heavenly manifestation appears, it won't be too late for us to go up. Zhai Yao didn't explain too much. His expression relaxed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Song Yin and the others were puzzled, thinking for a moment before asking, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how much do you know about the 1,000-year demon flower?" More than any of you, haha." Zhai Yao smiled faintly. While they were talking, Yang Kai was suspiciously looking at the old man whose face was covered by a cloak. He felt that this person was Zhai Yao's master. The reason why Zhai Yao knew so much about the 1,000-year demon flower was precisely because of this old man. The old man seemed to notice Yang Kai's gaze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he asked, "Is this little brother the one who won the alchemy competition that day?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. The younger generation will surpass us in time," the old man praised. Song Yin and the others looked at him suspiciously. They really couldn't figure out what this person's background was. His tone was a bit too big. "Yang Kai." Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw an old man rushing over. Before they had even arrived, they were already enthusiastically waving and calling out to him. When they arrived, Yang Kai looked at them speechlessly. "Why are you here?" Old man helplessly said, "This little girl is really troublesome, insisting on coming to watch the fun. This old master couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he came with her." "You're too mischievous." Yang Kai reprimanded her with a straight face. Mina couldn't help sticking out her tongue and awkwardly saying, I just came to take a look. I won't go up. There won't be any danger. Then you be careful, Yang Kai sighed. Mina looked around and giggled. Aren't you going up? Everyone else seems to be pushing their way over. We're waiting. Yang Kai replied casually. Waiting for what? Waiting for the real heavenly manifestation to appear. The real heavenly manifestation? Duwan was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't know much about the 1,000-year demon flower, so after saying this, his eyes suddenly focused on the old man whose face was covered by a cloak, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask what your excellency's name is? There was a sense of caution and nervousness in his tone. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing. Haha, this old master doesn't need to mention his name, the old man said with a chuckle. Duwan's body shook as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at this old man in disbelief, trembling as he asked, You are, Shi? Zhai Yao quickly raised his index finger. Duwan's face was filled with excitement as he respectfully said, Disciple Duwan greets Grandmaster. Yang Kai, Songyan, and the others were all stunned on the spot. Duwan was the head of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild and a famous figure throughout the entire Tongxian realm. After all, Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare, and an alchemist like him would always be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. Only those around him would treat him with courtesy and respect, but now, this famous Saint-grade alchemist was actually greeting another person as a junior and calling himself a disciple. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 6 transcendent realm masters Zhai Yao had brought with him. They were only following orders and didn't know much about the identities of Zhai Yao and this old man. The old man smiled bitterly. You don't need to act like this. Others will see. This old master hides his face because he is afraid of attracting attention. Duwan awoke from his daze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he blamed himself. Disciple was negligent. I hope Grandmaster won't take offense. It's fine. The old man slowly waved his hand and chuckled. How did you recognize me? Does Grandmaster not remember? Duwan asked excitedly. When Disciple was young, he received some pointers from Grandmaster. Although it was only for 10 short days, Disciple has always remembered Grandmaster's description and voice. So that's how it is. The old man gently nodded. Songyan's face also suddenly changed as he cried out, It's him. Hearing Duwan's words, Songyan suddenly realized just how respected this old man was and why Ao Gu and the others had taken care of Zhai Yao, even sending 6 transcendent realm masters to escort him to ascending Heaven Cliff. It turned out that Zhai Yao's master was actually such a powerful master. Only such a character could teach a disciple like Zhai Yao. At this moment, Songyan understood. Who is it? Fei Yu asked softly while Rimaru and Fei Jian also looked at him curiously. Songyan glanced at the old man and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, his lips twitched slightly. Fei Yu and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai also read Songyan's lips. The old man of Heaven's Keep, the only top-level alchemist in the world who had won the respect of the human, monster, and demon races. At the same time, like Yang Kai, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. The reason why Songyan recognized him was entirely because Duwan had once told him that he had studied alchemy for 10 days under the old man of Heaven's Keep's tutelage. Now that Duwan mentioned this matter, Songyan naturally reacted. Everyone was indescribably excited. With the legendary old man of Heaven's Keep in front of them, Songyan and the others subconsciously restrained their domineering auras and became respectful, their eyes filled with worship. Yang Kai was also secretly sizing up this legendary master, his mood somewhat complicated. People with conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare, and alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas were even rarer. In this world, only he and this grandmaster in front of him possessed one. This commonality made Yang Kai want to inquire about the mysteries of conflagrated knowledge seas from this old man. Yang Kai's current use of his conflagrated knowledge sea was still somewhat crude, but this grandmaster in front of him was different. This grandmaster had lived for countless years, so whether it was in terms of experience, he was far richer than Yang Kai. If he could converse with this grandmaster, Yang Kai believed he would definitely gain great benefits. However, He was not sure if he could reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge, see to this old man. While contemplating this, the old man of Heaven's Keep smiled. Since you have recognized me, this old master won't play any tricks. As he said that, he raised his head and revealed his face. Grandmaster, this disciple only wanted to see Grandmaster once in his life, to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings face to face, and now. Duwan was so excited that his voice was choked with emotion. When this matter is over, let's talk about it. This old master is very pleased with your current achievements. Back then, this old master only taught you for 10 days, yet you were able to reach this point today. This is all thanks to your own ability, the old man of Heaven's Keep said kindly. Duwan was flattered and quickly expressed his thanks. Don't call me Grandmaster, it won't be good if people hear it. This old master's real name is Li Rue, you can just call me Li Lao. Yes, Duwan responded respectfully. Chapter 7:13. Who is this senior? Why is old man Du calling himself a disciple? Mina still hadn't reacted, grabbing Yang Kai and asking in a low voice. You can ask old man Du yourself some other day. Yang Kai took a deep breath. So mysterious. Mina curled her lips in disdain. Based on her previous personality, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely step forward and shout, "Hey, old man, who are you?" But seeing old man Du act so solemnly, Mina didn't dare act too rashly. She was indeed straightforward, but she wasn't a fool. The group of people hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Yang Kai turned to the old man of Heaven's Keep and asked, Li Lao, what Brother D knows about the 1,000-year demon flower should have been told to him by you, right? Yes. Li Lao nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. Little guy, I feel an aura from you that is somewhat similar to mine. When this matter is over, can we have a chat? If you don't mind, I have a lot of things I want to tell you. Song Yin and the others' eyes lit up as they glanced at Yang Kai, signaling him to agree. Yang Kai was an alchemy master, and this senior in front of them was the world's top alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, they would be eager to listen to the others' teachings. With such a great opportunity suddenly appearing in front of them, how could they not agree? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Just now, he had been considering whether to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge, see to the other party, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have already sensed it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent from this senior, so he quickly said, I couldn't ask for more. Good, good, good. Li Lao nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. Master, let's talk about the 1,000-year demon flower. Brother Yang and the others must be confused right now and are waiting for you to clear up their doubts, Zhao Yao suggested. Everyone quickly turned to Li Lao. Li Lao took a deep breath and said, Good. Letting Zhao Yao wait here was this old master's idea. Because this heavenly manifestation really hasn't appeared yet, the 1,000-year demon flower is still in its final stages of brewing. It will take about half a day before it appears. At that time, it won't be too late to go up. Right now, it's just a chaotic battlefield. It's useless to go up there. The demon flower blooming 1,000 years times old man's blood. So in this regard, he knows more about it than anyone else, Zhao Yao's bloods explained. The Song Yin and the others. They had never heard this news. 1,000 years ago, the old man of Heaven's Keep was definitely not the same as he was now, having a transcendent status and being revered by all living beings in this world. At that time, he must have been like Yang Kai and Di Yao, young and full of vigor. As time passed, he gradually made a name for himself. Gradually, the world forgot his real name and called him the Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Everything that happened before this was mostly forgotten by the world. Li Lao chuckled and slowly explained, the 1,000-year demon flower is said to be a product of the star field. Legend has it that many years ago, a seed fell onto a ascending heaven cliff and the 1,000-year demon flower was born. Its medicinal liquid has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm. So every 1,000 years, this place becomes very lively and many people die. Many masters try to monopolize this 1,000-year demon flower, but no matter how many people come here, before the time limit is up, no one can find a trace of the 1,000-year demon flower. Ascending Heaven Cliff used to be as high as 10,000 meters, but now it's only 8,000 meters high. Because those masters in the process of searching for the 1,000-year demon flower raised the cliff layer after layer. Everyone listened carefully, lest they miss a single word, their expressions becoming extremely focused. Why can't they find it? I've always been curious, since this flower is so important, why has it always been on ascending heaven cliff and never been taken away? Mina asked, puzzled. Because the 1,000-year demon flower is a rootless flower. Li Lao glanced at her with a smile. It's also not a real thing. Not a real thing? Everyone was surprised. It is a product of heaven and earth and contains an extremely mysterious energy. After a while, you will be able to see it and naturally understand what this old master is talking about. Li Lao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and told them everything he knew. On top of that, it is quite sensitive. Once it perceives the aura of a Saint Realm Master, it will close itself up and refuse to come out. Several times, because of the interference of Saint Realm Masters, the 1,000-year demon flower has not bloomed, so in recent times, no Saint Realm Masters have come here. Li Lao, what should we do after we go up? The Tsangyan quickly asked. Escort the two little ones into the flower's pistil. After that it will depend on their own good fortune. You won't be able to help. Hearing this, the Tsangyan was stunned. Li Lao chuckled. I can't explain it clearly now, but when the time comes, you will understand. The Tsangyan and the others nodded slightly and no longer asked any more questions. While they were speaking, violent battle fluctuations continued to spread out from the mountain peak, as if the entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The Transcendent Realm Masters were escorting the alchemists and their teams forward while risking their lives to engage in battle with others. Gradually, the fighting subsided, as if everyone had discovered that something was wrong with the 1,000-year demon flower and was no longer as fierce as before. Half a day later, the five-colored light in the horizon suddenly erupted. In the void, a colorful, magnificent flower bud that illuminated the world suddenly appeared. This flower bud was so huge that even Floating Cloud City, which was several dozen kilometers away, could clearly see it. It was suspended in the void with ascending heaven cliff directly below it. From what one could see, this flower bud didn't seem to have a real form and was instead composed purely of energy, giving it a mysterious appearance. With the appearance of this flower bud, the world energy within a few hundred kilometers seemed to go berserk and madly rushed towards it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this world energy was constantly pouring into the flower bud and disappearing. At the same time, inside the mountain range, the masters who had survived the battle also rushed out towards the flower bud. Dozens of teams, hundreds of Transcendent Realm Masters, each of them using their full strength. The battle that had just subsided broke out again, and this time it was even more bloody and cruel than before. The masters continued to fall from the sky, their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed by the chaotic martial skills and artifacts. Even the alchemists they were protecting were not spared. In just a moment, several teams were completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they suddenly realized the cruelty of this competition. Li Lao, the Tsangyan asked, his expression tense. Don't worry. Li Lao slowly shook his head, his expression still calm. The Tsangyan took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and waited quietly. Not long after, some people rushed to the flower bud, and before the first team to arrive had time to celebrate, they were overwhelmed by the crowd that followed. In the vicinity of the flower bud, countless people were fighting to the death, one after another, advancing forward. There were also some shrewd people who avoided the whirlpool of battle and tried to find a way to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, but they were unable to find the main point and helplessly circled around the flower bud, only to be targeted by their opponents and drawn into the battle. The blooming of a 1,000-year demon flower caused at least a few dozen great forces to suffer heavy casualties. After about an hour or so, the surrounding world energy gradually thinned out, as if all of it had been absorbed by the 1,000-year demon flower's flower bud. With such a huge amount of nourishment, the flower bud that had been closed for so long finally showed signs of blooming again. It's time, Li Lao nodded lightly. Let's go. The Tsangyan shouted as he and the others surrounded Yang Kai and Zhai Yao in the middle, using their movement skills to quickly rush towards the flower bud. In this group of 12 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Di Yao, everyone else was a transcendent, 6 third order and 4 second order. Such a team was far superior in terms of both number and strength among all the other teams. However, the Tsangyan and the others still didn't dare relax in the slightest, forming a circular formation around Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge flower bud. Gradually, the petals on the flower bud began to spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. By the time that Tsangyan and the others had flown halfway, the 1,000-year demon flower had almost completely bloomed. An inexplicable energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and earth, and under the influence of this energy, everyone calmed down. The remaining masters no longer cared about fighting and quickly landed on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower, each of them searching for a position while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and allowing the alchemists to begin condensing the medicinal liquid. However, unexpectedly, none of these alchemists knew where to start. Although the yuan qi was wrapped around the petals, it couldn't be refined at all. This discovery made everyone's heart sink. They had worked so hard to get here, but there was no progress, so what was the point of all this effort? By the time that Tsangyan and the others arrived, the 1,000-year demon flower floating in the void was already overcrowded with people, and there was almost no place to set foot. "Go to the flower's stamen," Zhai Yao suddenly shouted. The Tsangyan, who was at a loss as to what to do, heard this and quickly rushed over. The flower's stamen was naturally the most eye-catching position, and at this moment, it had already been occupied by 2 strong teams who were desperately searching for a way to refine it. Tsangyan and the others rushing towards them in an aggressive manner immediately aroused their vigilance and attention. Their expressions were unfriendly as they set up their battle formation. At this moment, the movements of the 2 opposing teams were surprisingly in sync. Perceiving the number and cultivation of the other side, the Tsangyan frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a saint-grade giant sword into his grasp. Raging flames burned on the surface of the sword like a roaring fire dragon, giving off an imposing aura. "Don't be in a hurry to fight them," Zhai Yao said, immediately smiling as he greeted the people below. "How about you give up your position? I can tell you how to refine the 1,000-year demon flower." "You know?" Among the crowd below, someone's eyes immediately lit up. "Probably." Di Yao chuckled. "But if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight." Chapter 7:14. Zhai Yao was simply trying to be polite before resorting to violence, his expression calm. Hearing him say this, the other side's expression changed as they glanced at the Tsangyan group, realizing that something was wrong. Although their numbers were not less than the Tsangyan group and their cultivations weren't bad, after all, they were still 2 teams and it would be difficult to unify them. However, the Tsangyan group was different. At a glance, it was obvious that they were a group. Once a fight broke out, the Tsangyan group wouldn't have a good time, but they would most likely not be able to escape. The masters from the 2 teams glanced at each other and exchanged a few simple glances before quickly reaching a consensus. One of the teams moved closer to the other, giving up their original position. Zhai Yao's eyes lit up, obviously a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned this and didn't expect things to go so smoothly, quickly saying, "Many thanks." While speaking, the Tsangyan group had already landed. Stepping on the petals, Yang Kai felt a sense of density. Although this 1,000-year demon flower was purely composed of energy and was not a physical object, its energy was rich to the point of almost being tangible. "The position has been given to you. How do you plan on condensing the medicinal liquid?" A master on the opposite side vigilantly sized up the Tsangyan group while asking Zhai Yao. "Wait a little longer." Zhai Yao smiled slightly but did not answer. The masters from the 2 teams suddenly had ugly expressions as they condensed their yuan qi, secretly preparing to attack at a moment's notice. About 10 breaths of time later, at the center of the flower's stamen, a circle of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. As this circle of energy ripple spread out, everyone became vigilant. Zhai Yao suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered something, to which Yang Kai remained silent and nodded slightly. Immediately, Zhai Yao turned to the Tsangyan group and issued an order. This small action was not able to escape the surveillance of the masters from the two teams, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you planning? If you dare deceive us, we'll make you suffer." Zhao Yao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you'll know how to condense the medicinal liquid soon. I won't lie to you. That's for the best." As they spoke, the ripples from the stamen became more and more frequent, becoming more and more dense, like a calm lake with pebbles constantly being thrown into it. At the stamen of the flower, the ripples spread outwards, and a mysterious and magical energy was transmitted from there. "Let's go," Diao suddenly shouted. Yang Kai responded and rushed towards the flower's stamen with him. The two's origin Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's in a flash, the center of the world's stamen. Although the masters from the two teams had been vigilant, they did not expect such a strange thing to happen, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They were all furious and were about to attack the Tsangyan group when the Tsangyan group said, "Wait, you thieves, what else do you have to say? I can let your alchemists in, but condensing the medicinal liquid can only be done inside. However, you must guard this entrance with us. You don't want too many enemies to break in, right?" Song Yin said indifferently, the Saint-grade great sword in his hand still burning fiercely, giving off a powerful aura. Those people were stunned for a moment, but without thinking, they quickly nodded, "Yes. Please." Song Yin gestured. The spirit-grade alchemists from the two teams quickly copied Zhai Yao and Yang Kai's movements and rushed into the stamen, disappearing in the next moment. All of a sudden, 4 spirit-grade alchemists disappeared into the stamen, naturally attracting the attention of many people. Although they did not understand why all this was happening, everyone keenly grasped the crux of the problem and faintly felt that this was the correct way to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. A series of unfriendly gazes were cast in this direction, and in the next moment, countless teams rushed over. Song Yin grinned fiercely, the Saint-grade sword in his hand suddenly transforming into a roaring fire dragon, meeting the oncoming crowd with great momentum. Asterisk shto shto shto. Asterisk Fei Jian pulled back his bow and released a series of powerful arrows invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of locusts, shooting out. Rimaru's small body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, her short stature became as majestic as a giant, standing majestically in front of everyone. Fei Yu gently parted her lips and spat out a fine mist from her small red mouth. This mist suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, shuttling back and forth through the crowd. The cultivator who was bitten by this mist suddenly flushed red as if he was drunk, his head spinning as he staggered backwards. The air was filled with the thick aroma of wine. It was so fragrant and intoxicating. The 4 masters from Soaring Heaven sect immediately brought out their full strength, causing the other transcendents in the stamen to frown. None of them dared to be negligent, whether it was the transcendents from the two teams or the 6 people sent by the City Lord's mansion. All of them displayed their best martial skills and summoned their powerful artifacts. For a time, the brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as an earth-shattering battle unfolded on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower. Although Song Yan's group wasn't small in number, with the addition of the other 2 teams, a total of 17 or 18 people, and their strength wasn't low, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the attacks of several hundred transcendent realm masters, Song Yan's group was quickly overwhelmed. In less than 20 breaths of time, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Rimaru, who was at the forefront of the group, had been bombarded by countless attacks and was now covered in blood. Song Yan's expression was extremely dignified as he and the others guarded the stamen while observing its movements. After the 4 spirit-grade alchemists broke in, the ripples spreading out from the stamen seemed to have slowed down significantly, and as time passed, the rate at which they spread became slower and slower. After a while, there were no more ripples spreading out. "Let's go," Song Yin shouted, not daring to linger, grabbing Rimaru and flying away like lightning. Fei Yu and the others, as well as the 6 from the City Lord's mansion, followed closely behind. The remaining 2 teams didn't seem to have recovered from their shock and didn't know why they had suddenly given up, but without Song Yin and the others, It was impossible for them to defend themselves. Looking at the menacing onslaught of their opponents, they quickly fled. At the stamen, the door was suddenly wide open, and there was no one left. The cultivator who had rushed over were overjoyed when they saw this and jumped up, fighting while escorting the alchemists they had brought with them, preparing to follow Yang Kai, Zhai Yao, and the others into the stamen. But to their surprise, it seemed that because the ripples had stopped spreading, no matter how hard they tried, no one was able to enter the stamen. For a time, countless people cursed in anger. Songyin and the others had already returned to the foot of the mountain, all of them gasping for breath and covered in blood. Even a young woman like Fei Yu had messy hair and a look of lingering fear on her face. Fortunately, they only had to guard the area for about 30 breaths. If they had stayed any longer, none of them would have survived. Everyone was injured, but Ramara's injuries were the most serious. After the golden light and giant body dissipated, he immediately fell to the ground and did not wake up. Elderly hurriedly stepped forward and distributed a medicinal pill to everyone one by one. Songyin and the others thanked him and hurriedly took it to refine. After a short while, they all felt much better. Ramara's injuries also stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. Li Lao, is this all? Songyin opened his eyes and turned to look at the 1,000-year demon flower that was still blooming in the void. Until now, there were still countless experts on the petals, looking for a way in. Yes, it's all right. Li Lao nodded slightly. The rest is up to their own luck. There are still 2 alchemists who went in, but we had no choice but to let them go. Songyin was somewhat dissatisfied. It doesn't matter, they won't be able to obtain anything even if they go in, Li Lao chuckled, obviously having great confidence in Zhai Yao. Songyin nodded lightly. With Yang Kai inside, those 2 outsiders wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This little brat had even killed 2 second-order transcendents. This time we really have to thank Li Lao. Fei Yu said with some lingering fear, if it weren't for Li Lao's guidance, I'm afraid we would have ended up like those people, running around like headless flies. Who would have thought that condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower would require so much attention? Everyone thought that when the flower bloomed, all they had to do was let the alchemists refine it. If it weren't for their good luck that Yang Kai and Zhai Yao met and then received guidance from Li Lao, things would not have gone so smoothly. I've only lived a few days longer than you. Li Lao smiled kindly. Good, there's no need to wait here. Let's return to Floating Cloud City. I'm afraid it will be a few days before they come out. Everyone nodded and followed Li Lao back to Floating Cloud City. Along the way, Songyin found that Li Lao seemed to be very interested in his little martial nephew and asked a lot of questions about him. Although there were outsiders present, facing Li Lao's questions, Songyin did his best to answer. Oh, so he comes from a very remote place? Li Lao suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. We didn't expect that this little brat would have such amazing talent. Songyin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared with Yang Kai's performance, the elite disciples of Soaring Heaven sect were simply trash. You can't underestimate those from low backgrounds. That kind of place will also have many amazing talents, but because of various constraints, their development is limited. However, if they can break through that harsh environment, they can often bloom into brilliance that far surpasses the average person, Li Lao said solemnly. Li Lao is right, Li Lao nodded. Songyin chuckled. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing little martial nephew, I believe it. On top of that, I heard my little martial nephew say that he also has 2 senior sisters who are not only no worse than him, they are even more powerful than him. He has 2 senior sisters? Li Lao raised his brow. Little martial nephew has been looking for them, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to find any clues. Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people is really difficult. Chapter 7:15. In the void, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Zhai Yao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness. as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy, and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Yang Kai feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the two of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the thousand-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the two of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The thousand-year demon flower stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had been teleported to. "Where are we?" Yang Kai asked quickly. "Starfield." Zhai Yao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. "Starfield?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. "Is that legend true?" "Of course it's true." Zhai Yao nodded firmly. "Most masters have heard of the rumors about the Starfield. Tongxian Realm also has many products from the Starfield, but no one has ever been to the Starfield and seen what the Starfield is like. But who knows that the thousand-year demon flower is the key to reaching the Starfield? Is this really the Starfield? Not a mysterious small world? Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical, mysterious small world. "Why would I lie to you?" Zhai Yao chuckled. "Teacher told me that this is the Starfield. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongxian realm we live in." Yang Kai looked down and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet. But from here, it was only the size of a fist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly. His mood inexplicably. "Why is it round?" Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongxian realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling worried. "I don't know." Yang Kai's words. As the two of them were talking, though, their expressions suddenly changed, and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Zhai Yao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Yang Kai to the side. In the next moment, two more people appeared from the void passageway. These two were the alchemists from the previous two teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these two alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the thousand-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. These two spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young, and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents, but because of the unique nature of alchemy, their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing two young men like Yang Kai and Zhai Yao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Zhai Yao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. "There's no need to fight with them." "Why?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhai Yao laughed. "Because they're dead?" Saying so, he turned to the other two and shouted, "Friends, you'd better summon your defensive artifacts quickly, otherwise you may die a miserable death." The two alchemists frowned when they heard this, but after seeing the situation in front of them, both of their eyes bulged as they fell into a daze. Neither of them knew that after coming out of the thousand-year demon flower stamen, they would arrive in the middle of Starfield. The vast and endless abyss around them terrified them to the extreme. Before they could stabilize their minds, though, they felt an inexplicably powerful energy tearing at their bodies. Both of their faces changed greatly and no longer dared to hesitate, quickly summoning their most powerful defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Alchemists weren't poor, so their artifacts weren't bad either. Both of them had defensive artifacts of spirit-grade mid-rank or high rank. This level of defensive artifact was enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a third-order transcendent master. However, in this star field, these artifacts could only delay their deaths. The inexplicable energy impacted their defensive artifacts, causing them to flicker like candlelight in the midst of a storm, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. "Where are we?" one of them roared. "Who knows?" Zhai Yao wasn't going to kindly point them out, and instead waved goodbye to them happily before leading Yang Kai away. The two alchemists glanced at each other, but didn't dare to linger here. Just as they were about to return, the void corridor behind them suddenly closed. When they tried to search for Zhai Yao and Yang Kai again, they couldn't find them, causing their faces to go ashen and their eyes to fill with fear. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to hear a series of miserable screams. Looking back, he saw that the two men's corpses had been completely destroyed, even their defensive artifacts shattered into pieces, their flesh and blood flying in all directions at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be some kind of powerful energy shuttling through this star field. Yang Kai quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The outer layer of Zhai Yao's defensive artifact did show signs of being attacked, but since it was of a very high grade, there was no need to worry about it being broken through. And the power of the star field isn't something we can withstand. Teacher almost died here that year. If he hadn't coincidentally brought along a defensive artifact, there wouldn't be the Old Man of Heaven's Keep today. Teacher said that to be able to withstand the power of the star field, one would need to have at least the strength of a second-order saint, or else they would need a defensive artifact of the same grade. Yang Kai nodded slightly, also feeling a little curious about this star field. He had never known that the legendary star field was actually so dangerous. Saying so, Zhai Yao's footsteps suddenly came to a stop and grinned. Found it. Saying so, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A 1,000-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a 1,000-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void. But this 1,000-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. It's the real 1,000-year demon flower. Zhai Yao nodded lightly. In fact, the 1,000-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The 1,000-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tongxian realm. It can absorb energy from Tongxian realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the 1,000-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal-clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the 1,000-year demon flower, we can directly take them away. This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm. Zhai Yao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal-clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good. Zhai Yao chuckled. When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share, but now it seems there are actually 2 more drops. These 2 drops are yours, Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. I don't need them, Zhai Yao shook his head. We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the saint realm. As for me, I want to break through to the saint realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces. Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then I won't be polite. Zhai Yao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the saint realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the saint realm, he had never relied on external forces, instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, "How do we go back now?" There is a void corridor nearby that leads to Tongxian realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is. He told me to find it myself. Zhai Yao curled his lips. But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang. Zhai Yao said excitedly. This is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Really? Zhai Yao nodded seriously. Then what are we waiting for? Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Zhai Yao laughed dumbly. There's no need to rush. With this Saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait. I'll let the star field's power and so we can cultivate. Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 7:16. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Zhai Yao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. It could be said that Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Zhai Yao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly said, Brother Zhai, let's split up. I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Zhai Yao frowned and said, It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a Saint-grade defensive artifact? A Saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a Saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above. I think I probably won't need an artifact, Yang Kai said with a strange look. What? Zhai Yao clearly thought that he had misheard. You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you? I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again, Yang Kai suggested. Zhai Yao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception. I know. Yang Kai chuckled. Then I'm going out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the range of Zhai Yao's artifact. In this star field, Yang Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. Asterisk shou xiu xiu. Asterisk countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Yang Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Zhai Yao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, Monster! He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. How do you feel? Zhai Yao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. I feel it. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try? No need. I know my limits. Zhai Yao quickly refused. Good. Since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm first. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave. Then you be careful, don't die. Zhai Yao said solemnly, there's one more thing you need to know. The power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places. I'm afraid you'll really die. There's such a place? Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Zhai Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Yang Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Yang Kai was the adventurous type. I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell. We'll meet again in Floating Cloud City. Zhai Yao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai, turned around and walked away. Take this. Yang Kai threw something to Zhai Yao. What is it? A good thing. Yang Kai grinned. If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it. You'll quickly recover. Many thanks. Zhai Yao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Di Yao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Yang Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Yang Kai had given him Samaria drug milk. Before, Yang Kai had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs. But now, he had become an alchemist and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Yang Kai couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Zhai Yao could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Zhai Yao. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongxian realm below. Yang Kai searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Yang Kai, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Yang Kai's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Yang Kai still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Zhai Yao was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Zhai Yao had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Yang Kai's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Yang Kai's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Yang Kai was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones he didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Yang Kai was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago, but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence! Yang Kai thought to himself and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their light still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Yang Kai stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again and again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yang Kai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yang Kai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, but if he went deeper, Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 717. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yang Kai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yang Kai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yang Kai smelled the smell of death. I can't resist it. In an instant, this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yang Kai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Fei Yu gave him the primeval shackles, Yang Kai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yang Kai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yang Kai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble, and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming Yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yang Kai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yang Kai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the Starfield storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had consumed a lot of energy. The Starfield storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yang Kai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yang Kai stared at the Starfield storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yang Kai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The Starfield storm was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it could not be compared to the Starfield storm at all. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the Starfield storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the sea of meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yang Kai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the Starfield storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yang Kai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and chi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yang Kai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade top-rank defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yang Kai's hands, unable to play any role. Yang Kai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true chi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure Yuan Qi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's face sank, suddenly realizing that Yuan Qi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yang Kai no longer wasted his true chi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yang Kai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yang Kai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles and muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yang Kai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint-grade herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies, combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation, quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yang Kai was gradually drawn into the center of the star-field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton, the great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yang Kai was completely numb, and in his heart, there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Time had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, only half an incense stick worth of time had passed, but Yang Kai felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Yang Kai couldn't care less about whether this saint-grade herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the star field storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Yang Kai was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually, the star field storm passed in front of Yang Kai and threw him out. Yang Kai was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the star field storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. In the endless void, Yang Kai lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Yang Kai knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Yang Kai's vitality. When he was in Demon God's Citadel, Yang Kai had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Yang Kai's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 7:18. In this disaster, apart from Yang Kai's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the star field, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Yang Kai very happy. His flesh and blood, His meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Yang Kai didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Yang Kai was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the star field's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the star field storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of star field's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Yang Kai. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries and mysteries. With a single thought, Yang Kai's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Yang Kai stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became purer and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Yang Kai seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Yang Kai lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao, the ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the starfield storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered. His soul was as stable as ever. Yang Kai quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the starfield and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time, he noticed the changes in himself. His flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Yang Kai's body. After withstanding the baptism of the starfield storm, the power of the star field could no longer cause any harm to Yang Kai. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Yang Kai as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged, every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Yang Kai threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent realm. The moment his body was repaired, Yang Kai successfully reached the transcendent realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Yang Kai could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder's spirit religions Su Chi and Duan Hai again, Yang Kai was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the Wind Eye to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms and cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Yang Kai examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Yang Kai could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Yang Kai's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Yang Kai felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Yang Kai's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the star field storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the starfield storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were Saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine Saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Yang Kai hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Yang Kai couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, these were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Yang Kai's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in this star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Yang Kai was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Yang Kai thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower, the 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Yang Kai's heart settled. On that day, he and Jia Yao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this thousand-year demon flower as the center, Yang Kai spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Zha Yao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Yang Kai shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Yang Kai's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Yang Kai scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of two, one man and one woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Yang Kai appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Yang Kai wasn't hostile, they still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. "Are you going to Floating Cloud City?" One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, "Floating Cloud City is this way. If you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. "Many thanks." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongxian Realm was really too big. If the Void Corridor in Starfield had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. "Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right?" Another big man with a rough appearance said. "A year ago?" Yang Kai's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Starfield for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower but had missed the opportunity. The 3 women all pursed their lips and chuckled, looking at him like he was a fool. It ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them." The burly man said with a smile. "Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now?" "I really don't know." Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face. Otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. "Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed?" The burly man chuckled and asked. "I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, "No matter what, thank you. Goodbye." As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it. The woman beside the big man laughed. "Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core." The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Yang Kai flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Yang Kai estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Floating Cloud City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the three clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long, with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the star field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the star field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, "Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang?" Zhai Yao nodded. "If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's—" "If that's the case, then it's his fate." Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said lightly, "After staying in the star field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive." If Zhai Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Yang Kai to return in the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Yang Kai, with Li Lao's esteemed status, waiting for Yang Kai for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Zhai Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. "It seems you still have some confidence in him," Li Lao chuckled. "I've seen his physical strength in the star field." Zhai Yao's eyes flashed with shock. "Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident." Li Lao sighed slightly. "I also don't wish for such a person to die young, but if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao, we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long." "Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave," Zhai Yao pleaded. "Fine, let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle." Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. "What's wrong, teacher?" Di Yao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. "It seems like a miracle has really happened," Li Lao looked at him and said. "You're saying—" Zhai Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. And Li Lao nodded heavily. "Haha, I knew it. This guy won't die. Then where is he now?" Zhai Yao asked with a laugh. "In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become," Zhai Yao said and ran out. "Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him." Li Lao's voice came from behind. Zhai Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, "A year. Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive?" Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Yang Kai probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Zhai Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Zhai Yao in alchemy. His own disciple saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Song Yin and Fei Yu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Zhai Yao had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how Aogu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Zhai Yao. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Song Yin and the others really went there, Aogu wouldn't have welcomed them. You little brat, you're finally back, Song Yin laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Martial uncle, you're drinking again. Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Fei Yu's doing. What's wrong with drinking a little wine? Mind your own business. Fei Yu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Fei Yu was worried sick about you. Drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. I almost died from the smell, Song Yin quickly complained. Where are Martial Uncle Ramar and Martial Uncle Fei Jian? Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them, nor did he detect their auras in the inn. They've already gone back, Song Yin explained. You don't know how long you've been gone, right? I know, Yang Kai nodded. The sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Fei Yu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and me Na also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave. I've made martial uncles worry. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. I'm also very worried, Brother Yang. What do you want to say? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Zhai Yao strode in. After looking around, Zhai Yao scratched his head and asked in amazement, Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy? As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. Chapter 720. Zhai Yao had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Zhai Yao immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. It turns out you've never shown your true face. You're quite vigilant. Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm? His vision was quite sharp, and he immediately saw the problem. It was a fluke. Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Song Yin and Fei Yu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle. Song Yin laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that soaring heaven sect had finally found a successor. Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right? Zhai Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? I encountered an accident there, and only found my way back a few days ago, Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongxian realm through the Void Corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhai Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Starfield? Song Yin and Fei Yu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. Did you just say Starfield? Could it be that you went there? Sit down and talk. Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the Starfield. Songyin and Feiyu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in Starfield. Not only did Songyin and Feiyu listen with great interest, even Zhai Yao, who had also been to Starfield before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in Starfield, Zhai Yao had spent most of his time beside the Void Corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating Starfield storm. Hearing that the Starfield storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the Starfield. Even a Saint Realm Master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the Starfield storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, this was related to the great demon god's bone and demon god blood. So Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Songyin. Even the calmed Songyin couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm Masters, but there were very few Saint Realm Masters. Each Saint Realm Master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven Sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm Masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Songyin, we should return to the sect. Feiyu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. Songyin obviously also thought so. But before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Songyin hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possessed conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled. Then let's go. We shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going, Songyin shook his head. Send our regards to honored Master. And Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the City Lord's mansion. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the City Lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the City Lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in. Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the 2, brought it over, and sat beside Yang Kai. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak, and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect? Li Lao asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven sect, or did you only join the sect recently? Old man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Yang Kai stared at Li Lao in amazement. How does Senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about a year and a half ago. Sure enough. Li Lao nodded lightly. Good. I won't tell you the specific reason for now. I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time. Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see? As soon as this statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, Senior must have already noticed it, right? Those who possess a conflagrated knowledge are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge casually, even a Saint Realm master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge, see? Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You little brat. You really make one envious. Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge was something he dreamt of having because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Di Yao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge now? Li Lao asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, but I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, Please enlighten me, Senior. Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Yang Kai's eagerness to learn. This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge defenses, Li Lao said softly. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience, and now, he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Jia Yao, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 721. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids, which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge then wrapped around the pill furnace, and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using yuan qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Jia Yao were also completely absorbed. Jia Yao watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit-grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. Haha, little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this. Li Lao smiled lightly. Please speak, Li Lao. This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade true spirit and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, I would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy. Jade true spirit? Li Lao's expression changed. You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the jade true spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, I would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a jade true spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge but this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Jia Yao obtain a conflagrated knowledge Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Jia Yao, not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Jia Yao would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, the reason why my conflagrated knowledge can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge and not because I cultivated it myself. Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge died. Their spiritual energy was preserved and I was able to devour it by chance, Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous, Jia Yao said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge there were always a few. It could only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use it in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, is there something else senior wanted to tell me? Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense, so since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. This matter may or may not be related to you, Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, isn't this the spirit pill I refined? This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Zhai Yao in the inn last time, and still had pill veins on it. If it is convenient for little friend, could you please depict the spirit array used to refine this spirit pill? Li Lao said kindly, rest assured. This old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge, he just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. Take a look. Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. Interesting. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The spirit array Brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique. Yes. Li Lao nodded slightly. It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book. Yang Kai explained, Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know. Old Li chuckled, there's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you. Yang Kai frowned. I'd like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this. Zhai Yao continued, since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world, but in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person just 2 years ago. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy? Yes, what makes me most depressed is that that person was a woman. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, what kind of woman? I don't know. That woman was wearing a veil. Her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, was there a lecherous old man by her side? Lecherous? Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect. Is that old man surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, he is related to little brother. Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family? After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. That's my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xianing Chong. In this world, only Xianing Chong could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong? Di Yao wore a speechless expression. That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, She doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See, I simply can't compare to you, senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. Li Lao suddenly exclaimed, no wonder. It turns out she has the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's. Yet that old bastard Meng Wuya is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master. Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and were even of the same generation. Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else? I still have a senior sister and a friend with them. Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy? Zhai Yao asked with a bitter expression. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see them. Meng Wuya seems to only have that little girl surnamed Xia with him. Yang Kai's expression sank, his heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuya had Xianing Chong with him, then what about Su Yin? What about the old demon? Where had the two of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tongxian realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a saint realm master, no one could hurt him. But Su Yin was different. She was a lone woman, and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuya? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 722. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them? Blue Water City. Blue Water City? Yang Kai frowned. It's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuya said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left. Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well, Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise, so Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Cangyin and Feiyu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Cangyin and Feiyu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their 2 senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, it had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint Realm, so how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Cangyin and Feiyu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world, Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Cangyin and Feiyu watched Yang Kai leave, before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Aogu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The transcendent realm was not a low realm, but in Tongxian realm where transcendence could enter the saint realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated. He needed to cultivate to the saint realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in soaring heaven sect and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, instead comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge see. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later, he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Yang Kai saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside? Yang Kai raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Songyan and Feiyu hadn't warned him either, so when Yang Kai saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miaoku, flashed across Yang Kai's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Yang Kai shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Yang Kai still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because Treasurer Ming's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuya was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Yang Kai had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemist there. Yang Kai's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Yang Kai. It had to be said that with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Du. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Yang Kai came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xianing Chong was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Yang Kai could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Yang Kai, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yin and Xianing Chong, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City, while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Yang Kai still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Yang Kai was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Yang Kai turned around and saw a group of cultivator led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the immortal ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Chapter 7:23. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it would be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and asked coldly, "You've seen them before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed, "It's them." Yang Kai was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. "Then we've seen them before." The big man nodded slightly. "Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Yang Kai shook his head. "You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" The big man suddenly smiled slyly. "What kind of reward?" "Crystal stones or spirit pills. As long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you." When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. Boy, you're quite arrogant. The big man nodded slightly, but although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information. Then don't waste my time. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled. We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. Good, take me to someone who knows the situation. The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly. Yang Kai could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xiaoning Chong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Yang Kai was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly, while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now, and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Yang Kai through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuan Qi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly. Her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had long heard that some young masters from rich families had some unusual hobbies, there were some in the central capital who liked these perverted things. However, this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. Young master, we've brought them, the burly man observed for a while before realizing something was wrong and quickly saying. The young man sitting on the chair simply nodded but didn't pay much attention to him, still wearing a bone-chilling expression. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying as he grabbed the hair of the woman who had buried her head between his legs and slapped her several times, shouting angrily, "Cheap slave! How many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were so heavy that the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant, but even so, she didn't dare to complain in the slightest and quickly crawled to the young man's feet, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The young man straightened his clothes, glanced around calmly, and coldly snorted. "Are you the one looking for that old man and little girl?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have any clues about them?" "No, I'm also looking for them." The young man grinned. "If you have any information, can you tell me?" "You're also looking for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you looking for them?" "Be clear about your position. I should be the one asking this question." The young man's face suddenly became cloudy as he unhappily said, "But since you asked, there's no harm in telling you." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became ferocious, his hands gripping the back of his chair as his Yuan Qi burst out, "I'm looking for them because I want them dead." The reason this young master fell to this point is all because of that old man. "Boy, you can tell me now, what is your relationship with them? You better think carefully before you answer. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and then torture you to death." "That old man crippled you?" Yang Kai was stunned hearing this. What kind of person was Meng Wuya? If there wasn't some special reason, it was impossible for him to be so ruthless to such a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xianing Chong. Treasurer Meng regarded the little senior sister as a treasure, so if this young man had ideas about the little senior sister, he might really have angered Meng Wuya. Moreover, from the way this young man acted, it was obvious that he was a playboy who was obsessed with women. Although little senior sister had never revealed her true appearance, anyone could see that she was definitely born with a heavenly fragrance and national beauty, especially that kind of delicate and innocent temperament. It made people unconsciously infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face also became unkind. My Chung family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master. This is simply unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted. "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food." "Medicine?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing." Xianing Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. "Boy, what did you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. "If it were you, what would you do?" "Kill." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. "Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Chung family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death? In this blue water city, my Chung family is—" The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Hong. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kill him." The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the yuan qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator who was caught in this whirlpool didn't even have the chance to resist and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving, only a transcendent could do so. But was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two. Don't come here." "Then you're dead," Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, The smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Yang Kai, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Cheng family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out. "Who dares act so atrociously in my Cheng family?" Yang Kai raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Yang Kai. Although there were two of them, Yang Kai didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe, while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Yang Kai's brow furrowed because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs, one of them missing an arm while the other had a broken left leg. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Cheng family people? What grievance does my Cheng family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously? Do you think my Cheng family is easy to bully?" As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. "If you don't give us an explanation today, my Cheng clan will never coexist with you." The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. "Sworn to be enemies?" Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. "Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you." The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xianing Chang went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge sea. The conflagrated knowledge sea was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Yang Kai's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength. So, he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge sea defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge sea, and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites, coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground, before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist, the two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. "Who the hell are you?" The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. If not, heh, your Chung family will be destroyed here today." These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Chung family. 2 years ago, did your Chung family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, "So you were with them." "Little brother, the Chung family's unfilial son made a mistake. He also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them?" The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. "Our Chung family has already been taught a lesson. This matter should be over, right?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, "Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man?" The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xiaoning Chong. With Meng Wu Ye's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Chung family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke. "That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Chung family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Chung family. During the few days he was a guest, my Chung family treated him with courtesy, but, my Chung family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Chung family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Chung family's ancestor." "Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong?" The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. "Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai asked eagerly. "It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. My Chung family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple," said Ching Yi. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is." At this moment, he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of when the cart reaches the mountain, there is a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. "Little brother, you?" the yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Chung family in a fit of anger. "It's none of your business. Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestor's relationship with him must be quite deep. So it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority, but I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die." The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, how could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously, he was quite angry. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, "Which direction is Water Spirit Temple?" "Point it to me." "Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple." The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise, they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Chi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor in the Abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wuya had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Chung family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tongxian Realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces, scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small, the small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple, a magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Chapter 725. Dark Clouds Island was one of the many islands under the jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred here, but the sky above the island was cloudy all year round. 8 out of every 10 days, it would be drizzling and the air would be humid. Although Hipu only had a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivation, he was good at managing interpersonal relationships. Although his cultivation wasn't high in Water Spirit Temple, he had taken on the role of steward. Today, he was in charge of managing the operations of Dark Clouds Island. The drizzle continued, and the weather was as bad as ever. Hipu cursed the heavens as he directed his subordinates to transport the supplies delivered by the ships. These supplies were to be delivered to Water Spirit Island for the elite disciples of Water Spirit Temple to cultivate and use in their daily lives. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from the pile and stuffed them into his pocket before pretending as if nothing had happened and continuing to direct his subordinates to transport the supplies. Steward he. Suddenly, a shout came from the side. Hipu turned his head and saw a disciple named Cuttlefish calling out to him. "What do you want?" Hipu snapped back. At this moment, he was feeling guilty, so hearing someone call out to him like this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules, so even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, if he was caught stealing, he would be expelled from the temple or even have his hands and feet broken. "Steward there's a suspicious little black dot over there. Is someone flying over?" That disciple was born with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Cuttlefish was not his real name, but a nickname that everyone gave him. However, it was inadvertently passed down. Now, no one remembered what his name was. Usually, they would just call him Cuttlefish Cuttlefish. Someone's here? Hipu narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully, a moment later grinning meaningfully. This fool probably doesn't know about the mysteries of our Dark Clouds Island, right? Don't worry about him. We'll let him have a taste of our heavenly prestige. What if he dies? Cuttlefish asked worriedly. If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me? Hipu coldly snorted. He didn't even know about the mysteries of Dark Clouds Island, so he obviously isn't an acquaintance of ours. Even if 1,000 of such people died, it wouldn't matter. Saying so, he looked up at the cloudy sky and cursed, "This damned heavens, they really don't let us live." Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable. At that moment, he was no longer worried about that person. Instead, he raised his head and looked forward to seeing how miserable this person would die. Flying all the way here, the first thing Yongkai saw was Dark Clouds Island. The dense dark clouds covering the island were quite strange to him. Faintly, he felt that there was something unusual about this place, but after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Transforming into a streak of light, Yongkai quickly approached Dark Clouds Island. There were many people on the shore who seemed to have noticed him and were pointing at him, all of them saying something. But because they were too far away and the strong wind was blowing and the waves were rolling, Yongkai couldn't hear them clearly. A moment later, Yongkai arrived above Dark Clouds Island. The cultivator on the shore suddenly went silent, all of them looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Yongkai frowned, not knowing what they wanted to do, but he also didn't sense any hostility from them. Just as he was about to descend, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Immediately, Yongkai felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Yongkai almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted. His hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Yongkai in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contained a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning. Only when living creatures approached them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. Hipu remembered that the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even Transcendence would have to retreat. So why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Yongkai. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Hipu narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Clouds Island was actually still standing firmly in midair, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss. He didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how is that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might. So how could this little brat be so young, only about 23 or 24 years old? While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Cloud's island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Cloud's island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Hipu would definitely have an impression of him. "Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single transcendent realm master on this island, most of them just immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Hipu nodded. "This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island. Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare act presumptuously, but since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. "Don't misunderstand. I have no malicious intent." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Hipu frowned. "Who are you looking for?" A girl named Shui Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your Water Spirit Temple's temple master." "Looking for Shui? You're looking for the little princess?" Hipu's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. "Yes, I'm looking for your little princess." Yang Kai nodded. "If it's convenient, can you tell me where she is?" It would be best if you could take me to see her." "Little brat." Hipu smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. "Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach." Saying so, Hipu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, "Are you misunderstanding something?" Hipu curled his lips. "That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience." Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. "However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling really wasn't bad-looking, and she was also quite charming, from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and after returning to Tongxian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. "Take a look at this." Hipu glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, "The little princess token? Where did you get it?" "Nonsense. Of course it was given to me by your little princess," Yang Kai snorted. "Given to you?" Hipu widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. "Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned. Aya, this is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you." "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, "What did your little princess say to you?" 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.